mixed with the smell of incense. Claire lifted the curtains to see the situation outside. There was nobody in the streets and all the doors had been tightly shut. The strange odor was probably caused by burned incense in order to hide the rotting stink of corpses. That being said, the corpses of people who had died from the plague weren't cremated? The epidemic would only spread more this way. The carriage entered the castle. As Claire waited for people to come off the carriage, someone was there to welcome them. "Miss Claire, your subordinate has been looking forward to meet for a long time." A refined young man approached and respectfully bowed. "Your subordinate is the one Duke Gordon sent to assist you deal with this situation, Heath. Thank you for your hard work." Claire's expression was solemn. She didn't enter the room and issued a stream of orders immediately instead. "People who have died from the plague, immediately cremate them. Every door needs to be open to ventilate in order to get rid of the plague. When the soldiers are carrying out these orders, they must wear masks. Bring me to see the people who have been infected by the plague, I want to see their symptoms." Claire had seen very clearly that the soldiers who had previously welcomed her into the city gates hadn't taken any preventative measures. That was very dangerous. "Castellan?" Now Heath had changed his address. A bit surprised, he asked, "You want to go see right now?" Exceptionally serious, Claire ordered, "Carry out my orders immediately. Cremate those corpses right now. Incense can only mask the odor, nothing else. Bring me right now to see the people who have been infected by the plague." "Right now? Do you understand what right now means?" Heath was scared into shock, then came back to his senses and turned to give out orders. Soon, a couple of soldiers jogged with masks on, as they scattered to all directions from the center of the city. As Lingyun Lang watched Claire's exceptionally serious expression and heard the orders Claire ordered, a light flashed from the depths of his eyes, then disappeared in a wink. Once Claire saw the situation of the people who had been infected by the plague, doubt surfaced in her heart. This plague wasn't the smallpox or the bubonic plague of medieval times. The symptom of the people who had been infected by the plague was that their skin would darken and then darker and darker, until they rotted. The disease spread through human saliva and blood. A cold light flashed through Lingyun Lang's eyes. He had already made a decision. This wasn't a plague. "Claire, this isn't the plague. This is poison from the dark element. Even though it's very, very little, it is actually emitting a dark aura. There's a dark magician messing around in this city. And their level is not low, otherwise there's no way magicians from the entire Naya city didn't discover it." Walter's voice sounded in Claire's mind, certain. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Necromancer. The infected people were situated in a wide and spacious room. Each and every sick person was lying on the ground with low groans. The air inside the room was thick with the rotting smell. Even though they had already opened the window to ventilate, it was still extremely stinky. "You're sure?" Claire looked at the sick people lying on the ground and frowned. Although she asked this, Claire was very clear that regarding the dark element, Walter was more qualified than anyone else here to say anything. He was a genius dark magician after all. "I'm sure." Walter's voice was a bit serious. "But this kind of malicious magic hasn't been used by anyone for a long time. Not only is this person a dark magician, they're also a necromancer." "What?" Claire was a bit surprised. Necromancers were exceptionally malicious. Although many people loathed dark magicians and the Magician Council also sent people to eliminate them, every magician had right and duty to kill necromancers regardless of anything, because necromancers were truly too evil. They used human lives to develop their magic power. "It isn't a plague." Lingyun Lang's cold voice was heard by Claire. "Ha, little guy, not bad, you could actually tell this wasn't a plague." Cliff raised a brow and laughed. TCH. Good my ass. Then you go and ask him if this isn't a plague, what is it specifically? Walter disdainfully clicked his tongue. Sir, this is caused by a dark magician, but as for the specifics, I do not know. Ling Yunlong modestly and honestly said. That's already not bad. You knowing that this wasn't a plague was already pretty good. Not even one of Naya City's magicians discovered it. Cliff complimented Ling Yunlang, but his last words were blaming the magicians of Naya City. Naya City also had a branch of the Magician Council. This magic has already disappeared for a long time. Walter continued in Claire's mind, it infects people with death aura, and then spreads throughout the entire body, slowly rotting until they die. The people will receive intense suffering. The necromancer will absorb the suffering of the ghosts of the people who died unfairly to expand their strength. But this is on a pretty big scale, actually making a move against a city. After saying this, Walter sighed. Just as Claire was shocked, Cliff also starting talking. It's a necromancer, 100 years ago I met one before. 100 years? Claire was stunned. How old was Master this year? I didn't think that I would meet one today, and actually in a city. Cliff sighed softly. The only way to eliminate this so-called plague is to find that necromancer and completely extinguish him. This old man actually has some skills. Walter humphed. Even though he was in a very bad mood, internally, he accepted it. The wizard sage Cliff truly did have his awesome aspects. Necromancer. Ling Yunlang's expression changed. He knew better than anyone else what necromancer meant, death, the most painful death. They found the origin, but the whereabouts of the necromancer would be hard to find. They all hid in the most dark, most concealed place and then peeked at this world. Ah! Suddenly, they heard a mournful cry followed by a deathly silence that was a bit restless. What's going on? Cliff turned towards it. Claire became taciturn. Her gaze landed on the sick people closest to her. Their visible skin had already turned dark black and they were currently slowly rotting. They were receiving inhumane suffering. Just then, the mournful shrieks were from people who were unable to bear this suffering and committed suicide. Ling Yunlang slowly closed his eyes, already chanting a spell. Bright, white light was emitted from Ling Yunlang, forming into a huge shield that enveloped the infected people of the room. The gentle light shined on the infected people. Gradually, the groans subsided. But that pitch-black skin and rotting body weren't alleviated. It could only make people not feel the pain and wasn't able to heal them. It's no use, little one, it can only lessen their pain, that's all. If you want to completely resolve it, you must find the original perpetrator. Cliff said, somewhat solemn. I know. Ling Yunlang softly said, but didn't stop his actions. Claire turned and saw there was actually something somewhat ineffable in the depths of the violet eyes on Ling Yunlang's handsome face. Strange, Claire was a bit puzzled because the feeling that Ling Yunlang gave her was that he was a rigid person, indifferent to the bones. Also, Ling Yunlang definitely did not have that kind of sympathetic disposition. But right now, everything Ling Yunlang did completely contradicted what Claire knew. Aya, actually thinking of himself as a divine prince when he had his own personal reason to join the Temple of Light and become a healer. Looking at Walter made him unhappy, so he continued to throw shade. What reason? Claire asked, confused. He has a younger sister who is physically weak and constantly sick, that's why he would join the Temple of Light and become a healer, and later, the Divine Prince. Right now his little sister is using medicine from the Temple of Light to extend her life, that's why he would work so strenuously for the Temple of Life. Walter disdainfully said, you thought he really pities humans from the bottom of his heart? In a flash, Claire finally understood why with that kind of indifferent personality Lang Lingyun would become a healer. It turns out everything was for his little sister. Master, now I'll be troubling you. Claire quietly said to Cliff, looking at the room that was completely filled with infected people. Naturally, Cliff understood what Claire meant. He thumped his chest. "Don't worry, I'll immediately mobilize the magicians from this city's magician council to help investigate and find the tracks of that necromancer. The opponent is no ordinary person. After they find it, make sure they definitely don't act blindly," Claire warned. "Yes. I'll first go to the magician council." Cliff energetically walked out. "Jean, let's go, we'll also go look." Claire softly breathed out, glancing at the room filled completely with sick people. "Yes." Jean followed Claire from behind, his head lowered. "Divine Prince, I'll be troubling you to take care of this side," Claire politely said. "It's something I should do." Lung Lingyun smiled lightly. Claire went out the door with Jean. She sighed quietly. She always felt stifled when interacting with Lang Lingyun. Naya City was desolate. The commoners all closed their doors tightly, not taking a single step outside. "Walter, do you have any method to block this dark aura from expanding?" Claire and Jean walked in the empty street, feeling many ill gazes shot from the cracks of doors or windows. "There is, but it's very troublesome. Dark aura can't enter anything with light aura. How would these commoners have a light physique? Weak people who often get sick and women and children who are always weak are the first to get infected," Walter said bluntly. "There are very few people with a light physique, so the people who haven't been infected yet are physically strong. If it continues like this, all the people in this city will be infected." The top priority was to find the necromancer. "But there is a method to block the spreading." Walter started vulgarly smiled. "Who here has the thickest light aura?" Of course the answer was Lung Lingyun. "Call that guy to baptize all the people here who haven't been infected yet and get each and everyone to receive his light aura." "Huh, that way you can temporarily block it," Walter said, harboring ill intentions. "Naya City still has that many people, huh? It'll tire this violet-eyed silver-haired pretty boy to death, The more Walter thought about it, the happier he was. That will be his own decision. If he's willing to baptize, then naturally it will be good, but if he's not willing, we can't do anything about it," Claire said insipidly. Claire and Jean patrolled the city, but weren't able to discover any anomalies. "Can you sense where the dark aura is thickest?" Claire asked and turned towards the overcast sky. "I can't feel anything for the time being," Walter honestly answered. Naya City was desolately peaceful, the streets lonely and empty. Once they went back to the castle, Lung Lingyun was already back, sitting in the main hall, resting. "Miss Claire, you came back." Once Lang Lingyun saw Claire, he immediately got up. "I was waiting for you, I have a request." "Oh?" Claire was a bit surprised. Lung Lingyun actually was asking for a request. "Please, Miss Claire, use your status as the Castellan to summon all the people in the city to the gather in the public square. I discovered those dark auras seem to hate light aura very much, so I want to give them a baptism to make them not be infected with dark aura anymore." After Lang Lingyun said this kind of request, Claire was a bit stunned. She hadn't spoken yet, but Lang Lingyun had already said this kind of request. But there are so many people in the city, Claire was a bit hesitant. If it was really like what Walter said, then it was really possible that Lung Lingyun wouldn't sleep for a few days and nights. "The Pope sent me to assist you, you don't need to have any misgivings. I have the quickest method to block the dark aura from spreading." "Good, then I will immediately call people to do this." Claire didn't decline anymore. Before they found that necromancer, they couldn't let take anyone else's life. "Wah, tire this pretty boy to death." Oh yeah, Walter's schadenfreude voice sounded in Claire's mind. Claire expressionlessly reached into the bag and pinched the spiritual stone, hard. Walter was like a machine that ran out of power, his pitch stretching very long and then gradually lowered until there was no sound. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Ominous Feeling. Soon, the people of the city gathered in the public square for the Castellan in a large mass. Heath was very smart, telling the whole truth, and then he told everyone Claire had already invited the nemesis of the Dark Magician, magicians from the Temple of Light, and even the Temple of Light's Divine Prince had personally come. As long as they just received a light baptism, they wouldn't receive any more of the dark aura's negative effects. The popularity of the Temple of Light was extraordinarily useful. People assembled together in the public square very quickly. They all looked expectantly at the silver-haired Divine Prince standing on stage. Violet eyes and silver hair had already become a symbol of peace and the Temple of Light. The people below talked back and forth, becoming more and more restless. It was at this time that suddenly a voice came from the stage. "Everyone, don't be fearful. I believe everybody also understands that this so-called epidemic is just a dark magician stirring up trouble from behind the scenes. We will quickly find out the perpetrator and also purify the air. His Highness, the Divine Prince, will immediately baptize everything. Every difficulty will pass. Soon, everyone can reunite with their dear ones outside the city. Before then, I hope everybody obeys the soldiers' plans. I swear on the Hill family's name this matter will definitely be resolved. Also, my master Sir Cliff and the Magician Council will also assist. Everybody, please be at ease, we will pass this crisis together." Claire stood on the stage, her expression grave as she declared. Cliff used a small magic that transferred Claire's voice everywhere so that everybody could hear. Gradually, everybody calmed down, their expressions also becoming serene. That's right, with the Divine Prince from the Temple of Light and the Wizard Sage, Sir Cliff, what could they be afraid of? Just like what the Castellan said, they would definitely be able to ride out this crisis. Claire looked at the people below, who had calmed down. She sighed softly and then turned towards Ling Yunlang. "Divine Prince, now what?" "Just leave it to me," Ling Yunlang said insipidly. He took a few steps forward, closed his eyes and gradually raised his head. He raised both of his hands slowly and started chanting a long and tedious spell. The white light slowly expanded, Ling Yunlang's chanting not yet stopped. The white light slanted down from the sky, becoming a huge shield, enshrouding the entire public plaza. Crap! This fierce guy. He actually wants to baptize them all. Although his magic power is very strong, this action is truly harsh on himself. Walter cried in surprise. Claire didn't say anything and only frowned. Who knew what she was thinking? The white light slowly shined on everybody. Everyone felt not only their body feel warm, but also their hearts. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. The white light was still continuously shining down diagonally and Ling Yunlang's chant still hadn't stopped. But his complexion was already gradually paling. Walter was so happy he wanted to just start jumping up and down. "Pretty boy, continue, the earlier you die and reincarnate, don't stop, continue." But Walter only dared to say these in his heart. He didn't dare to let Claire hear again. Right now his whole body was sore incessantly. Claire's life-threatening pinch was truly life-threatening. Cliff raised his brow slightly and his mouth twitched. No wonder that old thing bragged to him whenever they meet. His disciple truly wasn't simple. This public square could be said to have over 10,000 people, and he was actually baptizing them like this. No big deal, there would be a day when his own darling disciple could also do this. No! His darling disciple will definitely surpass him. Claire watched Ling Yunlang's face that was becoming paler and paler and knit her brows slightly. Wasn't this too much for him? But as she thought about it, she became relieved. This man with an ice-cold personality, doing this for the only soft spot in his heart wasn't strange. Every person had a weak spot, someone or something they cared for the most. After a long time, Ling Yunleng finally stopped his chant. The white light slowly dispersed. Cold sweat had already perspired from Ling Yunleng's forehead. Once he stopped chanting, Ling Yunleng started wobbling. Standing beside him, Claire hurriedly reached out to support him. "I'm fine." Ling Yunleng turned towards Claire and revealed a faint smile and calmly moved away his arm. Claire felt that clearly, when she had supported Ling Yunleng, his body had become rigid. It was very obvious that he also wasn't used to touching other people. Claire turned to Jean and said, "Jean, from now on, protect and follow the Divine Prince closely, until his magic power is recovered." Next, she looked coldly at Ling Yunleng and said, "Don't refuse. I hope the Temple of Light's Divine Prince doesn't have a mishap in my fief. I can't afford to carry the blame." The words Ling Yunleng was about to say to refuse were blocked by Claire's words. "May everybody stop worrying, you can return to our former lives today. The Castellan and Cliff will definitely capture that necromancer quickly and also give everyone peace," Heath quickly declared to everyone in the public square. The popular sentiment had been stabilized, their former lives also restored. What they needed to do now was capture that necromancer. "Claire, remember, this necromancer is definitely not simple. If you discover his tracks, you definitely can't be careless and act on your own. You must immediately contact me, do you understand?" Cliff was exceptionally serious. "All right, Master, I understand. I will act within the limits," Claire promised. Cliff's worry wasn't without reason. Right now Claire's guardian knight went to protect the Divine Prince. If Claire encountered danger, she wouldn't have a shield anymore. "Master, don't worry, I also have the treasure you sent me." Claire smiled, shaking the bracelet on her wrist. "Yes, in any case, you can't act on your own. Let's all go back to eat and rest now. It's been busy for so long, everybody must all be tired." Cliff yawned. At last, Naya City had resumed its former peace, but the city gates were still sealed off. Before they found and killed that necromancer, the ban could still not be removed. Night, a peaceful Naya City. Claire lied on the bed with clothes on, pondering while looking at the curtains. White Emperor laid on Claire's chest and slept peacefully. "Claire!" Suddenly Walter coldly shouted. "Dark aura. Very dense. I felt it." "Where?" Claire frowned and immediately asked. "Underneath your bed." Walter was exceptionally certain. "I'm definitely not wrong." "Underneath my bed?" Claire froze. "I didn't mean that, it's deep from below the location of your bed. There's a secret chamber below." Walter's tone began to become hurried. "He's moving rapidly. Quick, he's currently moving towards the west. Outside the window. Look quickly, that black smoke." Claire immediately sat up and rushed towards the window. At night, a normal person wouldn't be able to see anything, but Claire had already trained to be able to see clearly at night. Sure enough, a faint black smoke was moving rapidly. White Emperor swiftly crawled onto Claire's head, tightly grabbing onto Claire's hair. To an assassin, the night was their paradise. The night was their greatest protection. Claire squinted slightly, watching the black smoke speedily leave in the darkness. A cold light arose in her eyes. Claire pulled out a small bird puppet and released it in the air, letting the small bird puppet to find Cliff. Claire flipped out the window, chasing after the rapidly leaving black smoke, and disappeared into the night. Walter was also a bit confused. Although this dark aura was very dense, he didn't seem to have enough to disperse dark aura throughout the entire city, because he wasn't strong enough. Perhaps there wasn't just one necromancer? Walter frowned and an ominous feeling arose. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, Yixuan Feng appears. Claire moved deftly in the darkness, chasing after that black smoke towards outside of the city gates. That black smoke flew all to the bottom of the city wall, into a well there. Claire held her breath and quietly followed. Before her eyes it was completely dark. This was a dried-up well. At the mouth of the well, there was a wooden ladder. Claire crouched down, looked up at the night sky, estimating that the magic puppet should be guiding her master over there by now. After thinking about it, Claire hid her aura and slowly climbed down the ladder. Hey, Claire, wait first. Wait until your master arrives and then go down together. I keep on feeling an ominous wind blowing. Walter shuddered a bit. It's not just a feeling, there really is wind. Claire frowned and looked down the dried well. From below, a slight, cold wind blew. Where did it lead to? Claire slowly climbed down, all the way to the bottom of the well. The black smoke was already gone. The four walls of the bottom of the well were completely intact. Where did that black smoke disappear to? Claire sized up the four walls, closed her eyes, and gently put her hand on the well wall. Walter was amazed as he felt Claire pass through. Once Claire opened her eyes again, there was a deep tunnel right before her eyes. An illusion technique? Walter said in amazement. That well wall couldn't have looked any more ordinary. Who would have thought it was just an illusion created by somebody? This well wall was originally empty, with a deep tunnel behind it. Claire didn't speak anymore, and only followed the route of the tunnel forward. White Emperor grabbed Claire's hair tightly and also stared forward. The further in they walked, the more extreme the cold wind got. What's the situation up front? Claire asked Walter. The dark aura is just up ahead. It's much less dense than before, and probably went a bit far. Walter replied. Once Claire came out of the tunnel, she was shocked. Right now she was already completely outside the city. It was the small forest outside of the city. Bone Pagoda. Walter suddenly cried out in a low voice, completely surprised. A bone pagoda was extremely evil building, completely made of bones. Resentment and corpse's chi were very favorable for a necromancer's cultivation. Claire looked up. As expected, she saw the faint outline of a white spire in the forest, about 5 to 6 meters, ghastly white and made out of bones. It's completely made out of bones. Strange, why didn't we discover it when we were entering the city? Even if we didn't discover it, the magicians from inside the city should also be able to discover this conspicuous building. Walter was completely puzzled. Because it can move. Claire snorted. What? Walter's response was full of shock and fear. There was only one person out of all the dark magicians and necromancers with a mobile pagoda. It was that terrifying, inhuman freak. Claire, are you sure the pagoda can move? Walter's voice was already shaking a little. Yes, I just saw that pagoda move. That explains why nobody discovered the bone pagoda is here. Claire solemnly said, certain. Claire, go quick, let's go quick. Quickly. Walter's voice was completely fearful and impatient. Claire understood that if Walter reacted like this, he definitely had his reasons. Without an explanation, Claire immediately got out the invisibility cloak that Cliff gave her and hid her body, preparing to return the way she came. It's that dark grand magician's, Benamo's bone pagoda. Only he could have a mobile bone pagoda. No wonder. No wonder they could infect a whole city's people with dark aura. Walter's voice shuddered a bit. Grand magician. A level right below wizard sage. If a dark grand magician fought against a normal grand magician, the person to lose would definitely be the normal grand magician. Because this Benamo's heart was very evil, the magic he used was even more terrifying and malicious. His death magic could engulf the average person in the blink of an eye and turn them into a pile of bones. Claire was shocked. She had heard of Benamo before. On the Magician Council's kill list, he was ranked number 2. Every time he safely escaped and seriously damaged people of the Magician Council. He was an extremely dangerous and cruel kind of character. She never thought he would actually appear here. Oh, there's an adorable rabbit here. Just as Claire was preparing to stealthily retreat, an ice-cold voice with a trace of ridicule sounded out of nowhere. The surroundings were completely vacant, but Claire clearly heard that voice. Her invisible body was also discovered? Claire was amazed. Just how strong was the other person? Claire alertly sensed the surroundings' airflow. You blockhead, what were you doing, not even knowing you had been followed? That indifferent voice had a sliver of oppressiveness. Master, sorry. I didn't pay attention. A voice came far away. Next, that black smoke quickly floated over. After a puff sound, that black smoke turned into a bony, thin young man. Those pair of deep-set eyes emotionlessly looked forward. The skin on his neck looked like it were about to collapse. Below his tall nose were pale lips. How annoying, not only did people from the Temple of Light come, you were also followed by this person. Quickly dispose of her and then we'll switch places. The indifferent voice urged. Yes, master. But, that thin and terrifying man stammered, looking at the blank space in front of him with a bit of embarrassment. With his cultivation, naturally he wasn't able to see the invisible Claire. You're really trash, not progressing at all. That indifferent voice snorted. The next moment, a stifling aura enveloped Claire. Suddenly, she felt like she was being choked by someone, unable to breathe, her body feeling extremely heavy, not able to move at all. Claire, Claire, withstand it, your master should arrive soon. Walter's fearful and worried voice carried a sob in Claire's mind. Claire wasn't able to make a sound, feeling like her throat was being gripped very tightly. Gradually, Claire's body appeared in front of the young necromancer. Quickly deal with it so we can leave. The cold voice sounded from far away, the white bone pagoda gradually starting to move. Yes, master, I'll immediately follow. The young necromancer replied and then turned to look at Claire, who had appeared in front of him. His face twitched, and he started laughing terrifyingly. Those deep-set and vacant eyes sized up Claire. Slowly, he walked up Claire and bent down slightly to look at Claire's face. Your looks are not bad. This skin looks very smooth and tender. If I peel it off, afterwards I can make a pillow and sleep on it every day, it will definitely feel good. And also your golden hair, he clicked his tongue, I'll cut it off and make it into a brush, the young necromancer said to himself, giving a sly smile. Claire coldly looked at the abnormal young man, still continuously trying to break free from that necromancer's restraints. But no matter how much Claire tried, those restraints didn't have the slightest sign of loosening. Claire, what do we do? How come Cliff, that old man, still hasn't come? Walter yelped like an ant being roasted. Claire wasn't able to make a sound, nor a move. The young necromancer gave a strange smile, reached out his bone-thin hand, slowly towards Claire's face. It was at this time that half of the moon appeared from behind the clouds. Claire looked at the young necromancer in front of her. The next moment, she became shocked. The necromancer's hand stopped midway, stopping 2 centimeters away from Claire's face. An eerie smile hung on his face, but he was frozen in place. Immediately after, blood splurted out of the necromancer's neck mid-air into a gorgeous arc. The necromancer was still in the same posture as before, his hand reached out, a vile smile hung on his face, as he slowly tilted over. Under the moonlight, a fiery red-haired handsome young man faced Claire with a devilish smile. Yixuan Feng? How did he appear here? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, White Emperor's True Body, Dark Mark. Under the moonlight, Yixuan Feng's fiery red hair was especially dazzling along with his burning gaze and demonic smile. Aha! My God! Don't tell me that abnormal guy wants to take advantage of this bad situation and wants to take revenge personally, not allowing you to die from someone else? This damnable freak, his age is so young but he's already this abnormal. Over, it's hopeless. Today, I'm really finished. Walter started wailing, his spirits so sunken, he was about to collapse. Before the crisis had been resolved, a new problem had appeared. Claire silently watched Yixuan Feng, who had suddenly appeared in front of her, but she wasn't frantic at all, because there was no killing intent in Yixuan Feng's eyes. Claire also sighed. As expected, Yixuan Feng's assassination skills were exceptional, actually appearing this silently and killing off that necromancer. Meanwhile, she was restrained, still trying to think of a way to break free of her constraints, and didn't really focus on details in the surroundings, so she didn't discover Yixuan Feng's arrival. Walter felt Claire wasn't panicked at all and became more alarmed. Oh, Claire, now aren't you regretting, at the time you shouldn't have stepped on their back? Now we're in luck, I reckon they've vowed to chase you to the ends of earth if it means they can kill you. Retribution has come, yes? It's come as expected? Walter cried, incomparably miserable. Claire watched the face of the handsome young man enlarge as he slowly approached her. Claire's heart suddenly tightened a bit. Why did she feel that guy's gaze was a bit strange? A bit passionate? A misperception? Walter was still shouting noisily. White Emperor crawled out from Claire's back. From when they were entered the dried-up well, this guy had laid closely to Claire's back and didn't move. Now he crawled onto Claire's herd, grabbing Claire's hair, staring with his large, round eyes at Yixuan Feng. I've come back, my woman. Yixuan Feng approached Claire, lifted Claire's long hair gently, and kissed it. Claire became petrified. Walter was petrified to the point that he couldn't be any more rigid. I've come back, my woman. I've come back, my woman, I've come back, my woman. Echo, echo. It echoed endlessly in Claire's and Walter's mind. Suddenly, Walter felt like a gale started blowing. Suddenly, he felt everything in the world was fabricated, everything wasn't real. Everything was fake. Yes, everything was fake. Yixuan Feng watched Claire with rapt attention, and then frowned, a little unhappy as he said, "Oh damn, I can't undo this restraint. Which scum did this to you?" Claire was unable to speak, nor able to move. She only staring at Yixuan Feng. Her heart was incessantly confused. Why would Yixuan Feng appear here and save her? Didn't he go back to his country? Why he appear so timely here? And saying those kinds of shocking words. Whatever, let's first go back to the city. After saying this, Yixuan Feng reached out, preparing to carry Claire. Claire's eyes suddenly widened. Because behind Yixuan Feng in mid-air, a person appeared soundlessly. The person wore a long and wide cloak, but Claire clearly saw their exposed hand already had no flesh. It was only skin and bones, their joints protruding out, nails sharp and slender. His deep eyes were completely filled with anger. That was because his gaze fell onto the corpse behind Yixuan Feng. That corpse had already slowly lost its warmth, and the blood all over the ground had already gradually congealed. Yixuan Feng felt Claire acting strange and abruptly turned around, facing the person floating in mid-air. You damnable bastard! Floating in mid-air, Benemo's anger had reached the skies. It was with much difficulty that he had taken a liking to someone and accepted them as a disciple to run errands as a servant, but today he had actually been killed by someone. And he was killed by such a weak fellow. He had been momentarily careless and a bit far away, and had actually not discovered a person had come close. His only disciple had been killed by an assassin silently. Yixuan Feng frowned slightly. Looking at the person floating in mid-air, his expression slowly became serious, because he had felt that person's cultivation. He definitely wasn't that person's match. It was this person who had restrained Claire? No wonder he couldn't undo it. I will cut off your flesh piece by piece and saturate your bones with strong acid. I won't let you die, and make you see yourself, your body slowly being destroyed. In the end, your soul will be imprisoned for all eternity, and make you forever suffer. Benamo slowly said, viciously and sinisterly. With a slight wave of his hand, Yixuan Feng immediately was unable to move. Feeling the same as Claire, Yixuan Feng only felt the surrounding air all become exceptionally heavily, and like his throat was being choked, unable to make a sound. First I'll finish you off, then I'll slowly enjoy him. Benamo eerily turned to look at Claire and said, then he released a ball of black death chi. Feng Yixuan's eyes widened. That death chi could turn someone immediately into bones. Yixuan Feng wanted to speak, wanted to curse at the freakish, damnable old man, but besides his eyes shooting out hatred yet also having a worried gaze, he wasn't able to do anything. Now Yixuan Feng detested he was so weak. Not only was he unable to protect himself, he couldn't even save Claire. I'll asterisk his whole family. I still haven't gained a body yet. Now I'm going to say goodbye to this world forever. He couldn't have used any other magic, but he's actually using decaying death chi. This scum. Now it's over, not even dust will be left. Walter cursed with indignation, then his tone changed. Claire, truthfully. Yixuan Feng madly tried to use magic to overcome his body's restraints, but like before, there wasn't any results. He looked helplessly at that ball of black death aura slowly approaching Claire. Claire frowned, not saying a word. She was sensing the current position of the small magic bird puppet. Soon, very soon, Master was about to arrive. It was Master, he could definitely easily defeat this terrifying and dangerous person. Watching the black death chi that approached her face, Claire's heart sunk. Was there enough time? It seemed like there wasn't enough. Claire closed her eyes slowly, sighing lightly in her heart. Everything was settled. It was at this time that White Emperor, who was laying on Claire's head, suddenly stood up, looked at the floating in mid-air Benamo and called out, "Chirp chirp." The next moment, something unexpected happened. Chirp. With one sound, a ray of invisible, terrifying, overbearing power attacked Benamo, directly going through Benamo's entire body. In a flash, the black death chi assembled next to Claire's face dispersed, and then disappeared without a trace. Benamo's body viciously hit the big tree behind him. A clear-cut sound resonated. Nobody knew that with this one attack, all of the bones in Benamo's body had shattered into shards and all his organs shook into mincemeat. Blood splurted out of Benamo's mouth, and splashed out over and over and over. It was like all of his blood had been spit out. Continuously spraying. Still spraying. Splurting that still hadn't stopped. And then, he died. He really died. White Emperor insta-killed Benamo. That's right, he had been insta-killed like so. The person who had been ranked second most dangerous on the Magician Council's hit list had been insta-killed like this. There wasn't even a struggle, wasn't even a cry. He didn't even have time to say goodbye to the world. He died so gorgeously. Claire slowly opened her eyes and stared blanking at the scene in front of her. A person floated in front of her. Hair like snow, eyes like the moon. Snow-white clothes, without any color or designs. The snow-like hair lightly fluttered. His delicate and matchless face held a trace of disdain. He turned and stared at Claire. Those beautiful eyes were like a vortex, like it was able to attract someone in deeply. Claire started at the devastatingly handsome man who was so beautiful he could make one unable to breathe. Was this White Emperor's true body? My contractor, grow up quickly. That solemn and dignified voice sounded again in Claire's mind. A ray of white light flashed and the handsome white-clothed young man disappeared. A furry ball of meat floated in mid-air. Chirp chirp dash White Emperor weakly called out twice in a low voice, then closed his eyes and slowly dropped down. As Claire hurriedly reached out to catch, she was surprised to discover she could move. That stifling and oppressive feeling already disappeared. Chirp chirp, White Emperor started snoring and fell asleep in Claire's hands. What is that? Yixuan Feng was also able to move. He walked over, frowning while looking at the little ball of meat in Claire's hand, and was incessantly surprised. Just then that flashy pretty boy was this meatball? It was actually that showy. What kind of thing was this? Magic beast? Shapeshifter? Phantom? It could actually transform into a human form? And it could insta-kill someone he couldn't beat? It was too humiliating. Claire lightly stroked White Emperor, and carefully put White Emperor into the bag she was carrying, then turned to Yixuan Feng and said, "Thank you for saving me. Why did you appear here?" "Protecting my woman is my obligation." Ah ha ha ha. Yixuan Feng opened his mouth and started madly laughing. After that, he felt a bit resentful. F***ck. In the end, it was actually that furball who did the rescuing. It really felt uncomfortable. This damned furball snatched the limelight. Claire frowned slightly. What was Yixuan Feng piping about? What did he mean? It can't be, this little guy is actually that supreme? Walter's incredulous voice sounded in Claire's mind. He was still relieved to be alive, patting his chest. After he had been defeated by you, he had actually fallen for you. Although I've heard that there are some people in this world who are weird, I never thought there would be a day I would see that. That said, Claire, what kind of thing is this? It's actually so powerful, it can transform into a human form? Now it's sleeping like the dead. Maybe it used up all of its power just now? Walter voiced out all of his ideas. Didn't you go back to your country? Claire ignored Walter and instead, she frowned looking at Yixuan Feng who was in front of her and doubtfully asked. I just came back. Yixuan Feng immediately changed the topic from himself. That's right, Claire, what is your magic beast? It actually can transform into a human form and insta-kill that F***king awesome person. Now it turned back into a fur ball as it's sleeping. Can it not maintain its human form? Yixuan Feng glanced around guiltily. There's no way he would tell Claire how difficult it was to climb over the wall. Just as he climbed over, he actually met one Mashui, that scum, who listened to his old ma's command in guarding. And then naturally, he took revenge and then stealthily slipped out of the country's borders. Whenever he thought of one Mashui frozen into a lump of ice over there, Yixuan Feng would secretly feel good. The best thing was, he effortlessly created a sharp icicle, sticking one Mashui's lump of ice into the air. The sharp part of the icicle aimed at one Mashui's anus. If Wen Shui's ice melted, that would be as perfect as flowers blooming. The two's power was always evenly matched. Every time they fought, it all depended on the circumstances. Whoever was in a better situation would be the one with the advantage. That day was their 701st battle and also the 351st time Yixuan Feng had won. After being silent for a little while, Claire insipidly said, I don't know what kind of magic beast he is. When he transformed into a human form today, it was also the first time, I also didn't know. But, can you help me keep it a secret? Of course, haha. Yixuan Feng happily said, then turned to look at Benamo, who had died not far away, underneath the tree, and said unhappily, who is this? Now he's dead thoroughly, right? He's a necromancer, the Grand Wizard Benamo, an extremely dangerous person. Claire solemnly said, looking at the already cold corpse and frowned. Damn his great-grandfather. No wonder I couldn't undo his restraints, he's actually a necromancer. Yixuan Feng cursed in his heart. But how did Claire provoke a person this strong? It was at this time that there was finally some movements in the darkness. Claire's magic puppet bird called out and flew out. Closely trailing from behind, Cliff pried a branch away with a crashing sound, looking worried as he appeared before Claire. Claire! Cliff anxiously rushed to Claire, and then vigilantly examined Claire. There's no wounds, not bad, not bad. Cliff let out a sigh of relief. It was then that he turned and glimpsed Yixuan Feng, who had been standing aside. Ah, red-haired kid. Cliff still had an impression of Yixuan Feng, and blurted out straightforwardly, "Aren't you the red-haired kid who got stepped on by my disciple that day? What are you doing here? Revenge? I'll kill you." After he said this, Cliff was about to make his move. "Master." Claire blocked. "It's not that, Master, just then Yixuan Feng saved me." "Ah?" Cliff widened his eyes and looked at Yixuan Feng with confusion, his gaze completely filled with distrust. "Master, it's true. This person was Benamo's disciple. Just then, when he wanted to harm me, he was killed by Yixuan Feng. The corpse over there is Benamo." Claire pointed at the corpse below the tree and said to Cliff. "What? Benamo?" Cliff frowned, his expression changing slightly. Of course he knew who Benamo was. That crafty and sly Benamo, they had never crossed paths before. His nose was even better than a dog's, every time he would hide far away. Now he had actually died? Who killed him? There was no way Claire could kill him with her strength right now. Who killed him? You? Cliff turned and looked at Yixuan Feng, then shook his head. "That's impossible." "Claire, who killed Benamo?" Cliff immediately asked Claire. Claire hesitated, thinking whether or not to tell the true facts and details of what had just happened. And then, in a flash, a mishap happened. Darker than darkness, an existence more chaotic than primal chaos. "My God, I sincerely," a sinister and familiar voice suddenly sounded amidst the night. It was actually the dead Benamo's voice. This voice was currently hurriedly chanting a spell. "Quick! Quickly block this voice!" Walters suddenly cried out in fear. As a dark magician, he knew better than anyone what this chant meant. Claire looked up at the sky, but where was anything appearing? The air fluttered, quiet. Cliff's expression also changed. He knew this ceremony was a summoning ceremony. Although Benamo had died, he used some kind method to enable his spirit to take a breath and not disappear immediately, summoning something to take revenge against the person who had just killed him. Yixuan Feng alertly watched the surroundings, preparing for action. He suddenly felt a flash of strong unease. This was an assassin's innate feeling, a frightening intuition. Yixuan Feng was a bit surprised because he had never felt this kind of feeling before, a feeling that made his hair stand on end. Cliff pulled out a wand and raised it, aiming somewhere at the sky and chanted. A ray of light directly attacked the air. A miserable cry mournfully sounded. But then there was insane laughing. "It's already over, huh, you group of ants, I will make you pay. Even if I turn to ashes, I will still make you pay." Ah, the crazy laugh slowly subsided, then disappeared. Evidently, Benamo's soul had already been destroyed by Cliff. But everybody heard very clearly Benamo's insane last words. Benamo's soul had already been destroyed by Cliff, but Cliff was exceptionally serious. His eyes even flashed fear and unease. "Claire, go quickly leave this place." Cliff immediately made a sensible decision. But everything was over. Immediately, the surroundings darkened and the moon of the night sky disappeared. Darkness swooped over, and everything was engulfed by darkness, one by one. If you reached out your hand, you wouldn't be able to see your 5 fingers. Even though Claire and Yixuan Feng were proficient assassins and trained their eyes to be able to see in the dark, currently they couldn't see anything. They were unable to move. This time, the sudden attacking feeling was even more scary than Benamo restraining them just then, more unbearable. Cold sweat emerged from Cliff's forehead as his heart slowly sunk lower and lower. Right now Walter was exceptionally silent, not saying a word. But Claire could clearly feel Walter's spiritual undulations pulsing stronger than ever. The surroundings were completely engulfed by darkness. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in front of the three, like it had ripped the night sky apart, and was gradually expanding more and more. A dim, blood-red light slowly emitted from the vortex. A never-before-felt pressure attacked out of nowhere, making them unable to breathe, so oppressive their legs started to weaken. The cold sweat from Cliff's forehead already converged into a line, his underclothes already completely soaked from the cold sweat. On this continent there were few people as strong as him. As long as those people didn't join hands against him, then he could contend against them. But there was no way for a human to contend against a god. Who was it? Who was it that disturbed my sleep? Where are the offerings? An oppressive and sinister voice slowly sounded from the blood-red vortex. Then an indescribably terrifying power pressed down again. That sinister voice made them shudder, made their souls shudder. It leaked out an incomparable power, a strength they had not way of contending with. Both Claire's and Yixuan Feng's chi were smothered at the same time. Unable to bear this kind of tyrannical and terrifying pressure, they spit out blood. Cliff's complexion paled. Benamo had actually summoned the god of darkness. But he didn't prepare any offering. The despicable and sinister Benamo had prepared to set them up, summoning the god of darkness but not preparing any offerings. Then the god of darkness would angrily crush them, so much that not even their ashes would be left behind. It wasn't just them, perhaps the Naya city behind them would also be sacrificed. God's pressure, this was a god's pressure. Yixuan Feng and Claire could not stand stably anymore and fell to the floor with a plop. Cliff also wasn't able to bear this terrifying pressure. His 2 feet trembled as he was about to kneel onto the ground. What was this? Yixuan Feng laid on the ground and hatefully looked at the figure amidst the blood-red light. What supreme person, fundamentally, it wasn't human. Claire frowned, but she wasn't able to move. Claire, goodbye forever. This is the god of darkness we believe in. Benamo actually summoned him, but there isn't any offering. He will take out his anger on us, and destroy us so much that not even dregs will be left behind. Walter's voice right now was actually very serene. The god of darkness was brutal, temperamental, and extremely greedy. Every time he is summoned needs a lot of time and energy to prepare a large amount of offerings. If the offerings don't satisfy the god of darkness, the summoner would have brought destruction. That's why you can count the number of times the god of darkness has been summoned on one hand. Walter knows that for several thousands of years, it has only happened a few times. Even for that time when a king summoned him, the offering was 3,000 virgin souls. It's a god? It's a god from this world? Claire looked in amazement at the pair of slender and pitch-black eyes amidst the blood-red glow. That was the god of darkness? Cliff started struggling. At least he had to let Claire safely escape. But he had no way of breaking away from this kind of dreadful pressure. Who summoned me? Where are the offerings? The malicious voice sounded again in a deep voice. There's not way to escape? Claire asked Walter in her mind. There is no way humans can contend with a god. Walter's voice was unusually peaceful. Dying because of the god of death was completely fair. Then Walter didn't say any more and quieted down, peacefully welcoming the arrival of death. The offering is here? Then, that dim and malicious voice said these words. Cliff was shocked, because he saw a ball of dark red mist that revolved around Claire, moving up and down, like it was sizing up Claire. Very good. That deep and evil voice was filled with satisfaction. I'm going to accept this offering. But who was it that summoned me? Was it you? The next moment, Cliff could move and talk. The god of darkness removed the pressure on them. Yixuan Feng moved his limbs, alertly watching the dark red mist circling around Claire. Don't act without thinking, this is the god of darkness. Cliff's warning sounded in Yixuan Feng's head. Yixuan Feng was incessantly shocked. Looking at the mass of mist, he wasn't able to say a word. It was actually the god of darkness. Sure enough, it wasn't a human. No wonder he was so insanely strong. Venerable God, the person who summoned you wasn't us, they have already passed away, and she also isn't the offering. Cliff cautiously and solemnly answered. Oh, that doesn't matter. More importantly, I'm really satisfied with this offering. When the time comes, I'll be taking it. The deep and malicious voice said, completely ignoring the last words Cliff said. Cliff was shocked, still not understanding what those words meant. The dark red mist flew onto Claire's hand and instantly disappeared. Then, the black, formless vortex also gradually disappeared, along with the darkness. The forest from before appeared and the night sky's moon appeared once more. The god of darkness had already left. It just left like that? Walter already forgot to reflect on it. The series of events that happened today already thoroughly made him dumbstruck. They were on the verge of death multiple times, but had safely passed them by. Are you all right? Yixuan Feng couldn't help but grab Claire's hand with one swipe and start examining it. Before, that strange mass of dark red mist disappeared onto Claire's hand. Claire looked at the back of her hand, not saying a word. Cliff hurriedly rushed over. Looking at the back of Claire's hand, he was also shocked. What kind of strange thing is this? Yixuan Feng angrily roared, looking at the back of Claire's hand. On the back of Claire's hand was a design of a circle of 6 black stars. It seemed like it had grown from Claire's skin, as if it was natural. The god of darkness's mark, Walter stuttered after seeing the pattern. I've only heard of it, but I've never encountered it before. Because it's only an ancient legend. What do you mean? Claire frowned, looking at the pattern on the back of her hand. The god of darkness will mark what he thinks is his own treasure. The mark is this circling black 6-star design. Walter still hadn't untangled his tongue. The average magic formation was a circle of 5 stars, gold or silver. For dark magic, it was a circle of 5 black stars. There were none that had 6. But today, the legendary imprint had appeared on Claire's hand. Walter didn't understand. Why was the god of darkness so satisfied with Claire? Claire was just a little devil. There were many more people who were more evil than her. Why did the god of darkness take a liking to her? He couldn't understand, couldn't think it through. It was after a long time that Walter finally understood in a flash. Auxiliary mark? Claire's head was about to burst. What did the god of darkness mean? It still wasn't the time yet. When the time comes he could come to take his offering? Was he going to take her life? What kind of weird thing is this? Yixuan Feng was extremely furious. You didn't even need to think to know this thing wasn't something good. Yixuan Feng used his finger to wipe the mark on the back of Claire's hand, but wasn't able to wipe it off. Cliff's face was as dark as ash. He also knew what this was. The god of darkness had actually chosen Claire as an offering. Right now he wouldn't threaten Claire's life, but what about in the future? There would definitely be a day when the god of darkness would come to take Claire's life. He had no way of protecting Claire, no way of protecting his darling disciple. Hate. This was the first time Cliff hated that he didn't have enough. Wizard Sage, he had already been a wizard sage for so many years, but had been stuck at a bottleneck the whole time, unable to break through into a sorcerer. If he advanced into a sorcerer, maybe there would be the possibility that he could be able to fight with the god of darkness for a bit. That was only a possibility. Master, don't worry. Perhaps the situation isn't that dire. Claire quietly said, taking back her hand from Yixuan Feng's piggy one. The moment Claire saw Cliff's expression, she understood her master also knew what the mark's origin. Cliff's gaze was filled with conflict. Master, I control my own fate. Claire suddenly gave a bright and confident smile. Cliff watched Claire smile in a daze, and suddenly, an incomparable resolute power welled up in his heart. That's right, the situation hadn't gone to that extent yet. Why was he so pessimistic? He would definitely work hard to break through and become a sorcerer, definitely protect Claire. Yixuan Feng looked in confusion at the old man's expression mysteriously change, like an artist's palette changing color. Just then he was looking so emotional and serious, now he was in glowing spirits. Master, Benemo's bone pagoda is still over there. Claire pointed into the distance at the white spire and said. That's right, who killed Benemo? Cliff suddenly thought of this problem. Claire didn't hide it again, and instead, told all the details. What? It's that little furball? Cliff exclaimed in surprise. Let me see, quickly let me see. Claire pulled the still deeply sleeping White Emperor out of her bag and carefully held him to let Cliff examine them. Cliff stroked his chin and carefully examined. Under the moonlight, White Emperor's sleeping posture was charmingly innocent, his two furry paws hugging his head as he was in a deep sleep. Cliff lightly shook his head, still unable to know what on earth this little guy was. But he was sure this little thing was definitely unordinary. It could transform into a human form, so it definitely wasn't a magic beast, but a high-class shapeshifter or phantom. But whether it was a shapeshifter or a phantom, he didn't know. This little guy, right now he doesn't have any magic undulations. Probably, he can only erupt in power occasionally, and then needs to rest for a while, and can't maintain its human form. Cliff analyzed while looking at White Emperor in Claire's hand. Should be. Claire nodded. Red-haired guy, how did you appear here? Cliff turned to Yixuan Feng and said as his train of thought suddenly skipped over. I came back to find my woman, is that not allowed? Yixuan Feng stuck out his chest and self-righteously said. Oh? Chasing after girls? Once Cliff heard that, his gaze became vulgar. He reached out and grabbed Yixuan Feng's shoulder. Come, little bro, come over here and let's have a chat. Claire's mouth twitched. Looking at vulgar Cliff and Yixuan Feng with their arms around their shoulders chatting while walked towards the bone pagoda, she was speechless. Walter clicked his tongue. Looks like that little freak really suits that old perverted wolf's tastes. Walter disdainfully said. Then Walter's tone changed into worry. Claire, what are we going to do? Claire smiled faintly. Walter's use of the word "we" made Claire feel a tiny bit of warmth. She quietly said, everything will turn out for the best. Don't worry, the situation will definitely be resolved. Before the god of darkness comes to find me, I will become strong. Do I seem like a naive person who will wait to be slaughtered? That's true, you definitely aren't. Walter immediately nodded, but he was still worried. The opponent was a god, not a human, not some kind of ordinary person. Claire stroked the deeply sleeping White Emperor and then cautiously put him back into the bag. Cliff and Yixuan Feng plundered the bone pagoda until there was nothing left, then casually destroyed it. When the two people appeared in front of Claire again, their mood was already fairly good. Just watching it made Walter feel disdain. And like so, the situation was resolved. Naya City's epidemic was because of the dark magician Benemo's doing, but to the brilliant and outstanding wizard Sage Cliff, Benemo didn't count as much, and was killed by Cliff. Cliff's disciple, Miss Claire Hill, and also Naya City's city lord, aptly discovered the evil Benemo's tracks and helped Sir Cliff extinguish them. From then on, the epidemic was gone. This version of the story spread everywhere in Naya City, from small alleys to big streets. Everybody was praising the city lord and Sir Cliff, and of course, the divine prince who had spent magic power to baptize them. In the garden, Claire looked at the Yixuan Feng who was sitting on the chair, leisurely drinking tea, and laughing and chatting with Cliff. Her mouth twitched, then straightforwardly asked, what are you planning to do? Stay by your side, protect you, create a relationship, then marry you at home. Yixuan Feng's words were straightforwardness itself. Hearing it, Cliff beamed with joy and continuously patting Yixuan Feng's shoulder and praised over and over. Looking at Yixuan Feng with his self-righteous expression and the vulgarly laughing Cliff, suddenly Claire felt cold sweat from the back of her head. These two were both people who didn't follow common sense. Now that they were ganged up together, they were even more insensible. Ampar clans and Yixuan Feng's home country's relationship were extremely sensitive, and now Yixuan Feng actually wanted to stay here. No matter how you looked at it, it was improper. Would Yixuan Feng's family allow him to stay here in such danger? Yixuan Feng, I'm extremely grateful you saved me. Whenever you need me to help, I will definitely do my utmost to help, but you staying here doesn't seem proper. Claire said seriously. You will repay me? Yixuan Feng raised a brow. Besides giving my heart to you. Naturally, Claire understood what this guy meant to say, immediately blocking the words Yixuan Feng was about to say. Then forget about it. Just owe me. Yixuan Feng scratched his hair, then thought for a moment. That's right, an outstanding, elegant, handsome, and confident person like me is a bit too eye-catching. That's easy to deal with. Come, little guy, I'll do something. I can dye your hair, and also change your pupil color. This way nobody can recognize you. I'll change it to whatever you want me to. Cliff said while laughing. The two left with their arms around their shoulders without any shame. Claire was speechless. Whose master was he? Was he helping her, or was he helping Yixuan Feng? Yixuan Feng's originally red hair was dyed black, and his originally black eyes were dyed red. Now he wasn't so conspicuous. Then what made Claire helpless was that Yixuan Feng started to follow her around closely. He came whenever called, sticking to her to protect her, protecting his future wife. During the day-to-day, the servants in the main hall were hurriedly bustling around. Claire sat on the chair looking at the pile of thank you gifts in the main hall and started to have a headache. How would she deal with these things? Also, how was she going to deal with the handsome black-haired youth sitting beside her? This guy kept on staying by her, and kept on staring at her. It was at this time that the divine prince Ling Yunlong walked in. Behind him was the expressionless Jean. Sure enough, he was closely following Ling Yunlang to protect him. Divine Prince, how is your body right now? Once Claire saw Ling Yunlang's arrive, she got up to greet him. Much better. Miss Claire, congratulations, truly. The epidemic has been dealt with. Ling Yunlang smiled and said insipidly. It's all thanks to the influence of your highness and my master. If it wasn't for you all, how could the epidemic be so quickly controlled and dealt with? Claire thanked modestly. No, this was all Miss Claire's own hard work. Ling Yunlang also politely replied. Aren't you tired? TCH. This damned pretty boy. Walter fidgeted and clicked his tongue. That smile was too fake, too fake. And little devil is truly an awesome person. To this kind of person, she could also give a fake smile. Yixuan Feng still sat indifferent, coldly looking at this so-called divine prince. Ling Yunlang's gaze fell onto Yixuan Feng. His eyes flashed with surprise, and then his expression went back to normal. The gaze of the two locked. Suddenly, the atmosphere suddenly became complex, but then it disappeared, gradually becoming calm. The next thing to do was restore Naya City's economy. Claire started pondering, thinking of the many things she had to do next. Then, Heath, the representative of Naya City, quickly walked in. After seeing Claire, he gave a slight bow, then said, reporting to the city lord, the divine princess has arrived. The Temple of Light's divine princess? The woman who rumors said was as beautiful and benevolent as an angel? She had a big influence on the masses, and was adored by many commoners, and was the dream lover of even more nobles. But these people could only think about it secretly. The noble and pure divine princess wasn't someone who could be profaned. What was this kind of noble person doing in the small Naya city? Didn't the Pope only send the divine prince to aid with containing the epidemic? Before Heath finished speaking, footsteps sounded at the door. A lovely figure appeared at the door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, Watch Me Beat You into a Pig Head. Before Heath finished speaking, footsteps sounded at the door. A lovely figure appeared at the door. Ling Yunlang frowned slightly, coldly glancing towards the door. Claire looked toward the door. A snow-white gown and the pattern on the fringe of her dress showed her high position in the Temple of Light. The figure in the doorway walked over slowly. She had beautiful, curly hazel hair, a pair of pretty, black eyes under two arched brows, her thin lips below a perfect nose curving into a faint smile. She walked over gently and elegantly while smiling. As expected, she was an elegant, beautiful lady. She was the current holy divine princess of the Temple of Light, Xueqing Lu, also someone who had an ancient last name, and she was skilled in light magic. Greetings, Your Highness. Welcome to the city of Naya. I am the Castellan of Naya, Claire Hill. Claire approached politely and greeted. Greetings, Your Excellency. I come on orders from the Pope to assist you, but it seems like there's no need for that now. The divine princess Xueqing Lu answered politely, smiling. No, it's thanks to His Highness the Holy Divine Prince and thanks to the assistance from the Temple of Light that we were able to get the plague under control so quickly. Claire replied politely and also smiled. Walter rolled his eyes and added sourly, Claire, do you want to vomit? When Claire praised the Divine Prince, a flash of shyness and pride appeared in depths of Xueqing Lu's eyes. Although it was only an instant, Claire caught it and immediately understood what was going on. This divine princess was pretending to come to assist, but was really chasing after her love. Lingyun, are you okay? I heard that you gave many people a baptism at once and used up all your magic. Xueqing Lu saw Ling Yunlang, who was standing behind Claire, and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Ling Yunlang replied indifferently, the plague is now over. Divine Princess, you should return early. One called Ling Yun warmly, the other addressed the Divine Princess coldly. A typical hot face on a cold butt. Oh, no, it should be a hot face on an icy butt. Look who I brought with me. Xueqing Lu didn't mind Ling Yunlang's cold attitude, and instead still smiled and talked gently. Ling Yunlang lifted his eyes toward the doors, but saw the tiny figure that was always on his mind. Brother Dash, a sweet and crisp voice floated over. Xian? The expression on Ling Yunlang's face immediately softened, and he hurried over to the door. Xuan's health had improved a lot recently. I heard that the plague was under control and Xian also wanted to see you, so I asked permission to bring her over to find you. Xueqing Lu smiled and also walked towards them. Thank you. Ling Yunlang gathered the tiny Xian into his arms and turned around to thank Xueqing Lu. This time, his tone was sincere. Xueqing Lu smiled a soft and satisfied smile. Claire gave Heath a meaningful glance, and Heath left. Claire also turned towards the backyard, and Yixuan Feng immediately got up to follow behind Claire closely. Jean also left silently, leaving them to themselves. Claire, what are we having for lunch? The boiled egg for breakfast was really good. The cook said you taught him how to make it, is there anything even better? Yixuan Feng followed behind Claire and asked noisily. This made Claire remember that this fellow seemed to love eating. During his first competition with Lashia, he had gotten a stomachache from eating and had to go to the restroom, forfeiting and losing the competition. Yes. Claire answered, her voice muffled. What is it? What is it? Yixuan Feng became excited and started pestering Claire. First, help me deal with some documents in the study concerning the trade association. Claire threw out one sentence and then walked ahead to the study. She would definitely not waste a gift from heaven. This guy, Yixuan Feng, his family happened to be opposite from most aristocratic families. His mother was a senior minister in the royal court of Lagark, favored by the emperor and respected by all other officials. His mother had a fiery temper and a boastful personality, while Yixuan Feng's father was gentle and cultured, the chairman of Lagerk's biggest trade association. Simply put, he was a crazy cash printer. And Yixuan Feng inherited both of their merits, intrepid, with a clever brain. He would not lose even one copper coin while trading if he could help it. These were all information that Claire had found out later. In the study, Claire sat in front of the desk, flipping through the mountain-high pile of documents. Claire's right hand already wore a delicate, silvery white lace glove, prepared for her by Yixuan Feng. When she got up in the morning, Yixuan Feng was squatting in front of her door, holding a bag as high as half a person. It was filled with gloves of all shapes, colors, and sizes, for Claire to cover up her black mark. How he got so many gloves in one night was beyond comprehension. Claire, these sales tax can be reduced, these cannot. This one can be reduced by 20%. By doing this, not only can you encourage their enthusiasm, you can also collect a fair sum of money. And most importantly, they will still shed tears of gratitude. Yixuan Feng pointed out to Claire on the documents in his hand. Claire looked closely. Sure enough, the taxes reduced were very tiny, but very obvious. Yes, you'll get something good to eat for lunch. Claire picked up the quill and quickly scribbled a recipe on a piece of paper. Take this to the kitchen and tell them to make this for lunch. Okay, hee. Yixuan Feng took the recipe and happily went out the door. He thought gleefully in his heart that in the future when Claire became his wife, he would have good stuff to eat every day. Claire, it's so boring. Walter complained, bored to death. He didn't dare to go out for strolls anymore. After all, right now, not only was that wretched holy divine prince in this mansion, but the holy divine princess also came. If they noticed his aura, he was done for. Claire flipped through the mountain-high pile of documents quickly, stamping the ones approved and throwing the ones not approved aside. After a long time, when Claire felt her eyes getting dry, did she get up and decide to take a walk. The back garden of the mansion for the castellan was filled with golden sunflowers. Nobody knew which previous castellan had such an unique interest, but this garden was not planted with rich and colorful flowers and instead, full of sunflowers. Currently, they were all blooming, shiny and golden. Claire looked up, but suddenly saw that there was a tiny figure amidst the high sunflowers. Silver hair? At that moment, the tiny figure seemed to have sensed something, turning around and meeting Claire's gaze. Violet irises, a face that was a little pale, and delicate lips. The clear eyes let Claire understood that this was a very pure child, not tainted in any way, so she has been protected very carefully. It's Ling Yulong's younger sister. Because the two's facial features were somewhat similar. But the little girl froze while looking at Claire and just stood there staring at Claire. Claire didn't speak, turning around to leave. She was not good at conversing with such innocent people. Wait, big sister. But that crisp and sweet voice from behind made her stop. Claire stopped her steps, turning around slowly and saw the young girl running over hurriedly, almost tripping. Slow down. Claire knew that this child in front of her was sickly and running so fast would not be good for her health. Claire bent down a little, catching the little girl who was running over. Big sister, my name is Xian Lang. The girl with silver hair and violet irises looked at Claire with big eyes and introduced herself earnestly. I am 5 years old this year. I'm very happy to meet big sister. Claire felt a little awkward. Why did this child seem so mature? Oh, hello, Xian. I'm Claire. Claire was little uncomfortable. She really didn't know how to talk to a person who was as clear as crystal. Big sister, I like you, you are a good person. Xian Lang said unexpectedly, a brilliant smile blossoming on her pretty face. Claire felt even more awkward, squatting before Xian Lang, not knowing what to say. Walter roared with laughter. A good person? The little devil was a good person? Such a ridiculous joke. Heavens, there was actually someone who said the little devil was a good person, too funny. Xian? Right then, a worried voice rang out. It was Ling Yunlong's voice. "Brother, I'm over here." Xianxianlang turned around and called out behind her. Claire heard footsteps of two people, which meant the gentle and elegant divine princess was also there, so all the more reason she should leave. She didn't want to be caught between a hot face and cold butt. Claire stood up to leave, but a pulling from the edge of her clothes stopped her. Claire looked down and saw Xianxianlang's small hand clinging tightly to the edge of her clothes. "Xianxian, I won't bother you anymore, be obedient." "I'm leaving." Claire was a bit conflicted. "Big sister, don't go. Play with Xianxian for a while?" Xianxianlang flashed her big, clear eyes and looked pleadingly at Claire. People couldn't refuse that pathetic yet cute expression. Of course, normal people couldn't refuse, but Claire knew that tangling up with people from the Temple of Light had no benefits whatsoever. Claire patted Xianxianlang's head gently. "Be a good girl, Xianxian. Her Highness the Divine Princess will be with you." Before she finished her sentence, Ling Yunlang and Xueqing Lu already appeared before them. When the two saw Xianxianlang clinging tightly to Claire's clothes so much that it was pulled out of shape, they were both very astonished, because apart from them, Xianxian would not get close to anyone and never talk to strangers. But now she was completely hanging on to Claire, so of course they were surprised. "Your Highness the Divine Prince, Your Highness the Divine Princess." Claire's smile was a bit strained. "Your Excellency." Xueqing Lu's expression changed slightly, looking at Xianxianlang's hand that was grabbing Claire's clothes. "Xianxian, what are you doing? Didn't you tell us to wait for you there a little bit longer?" Ling Yunlang walked up and reached out to hold Xianxianlang. But Xianxianlang did something Ling Yunlang completely didn't expect. Xianxianlang held on to Claire's leg, staring at Ling Yunlang. "Brother, I just want to play with this big sister." Claire opened her mouth wide, looking down at the Xianxianlang clinging tightly to her thigh, and was speechless. Ling Yunlang's expression was a little embarrassed. This was the first time he saw his obedient sister do something so out of bounds. Xueqing Lu smiled, but a deep look flashed through her eyes. Xueqing Lu walked over gracefully and said softly, "Your Excellency, if you aren't busy, could you play with Xianxian for a while? This child is often alone, too lonely. Today she finally met someone she is willing to get close with." When Xueqing Lu spoke about this, a sliver of guilt and tenderness flashed in Ling Yunlang's eyes. It was because he couldn't always be with Xianxian, so Xianxian would feel lonely. "Ling Yun, as long as Xianxian is happy, it's fine, right?" Xueqing Lu asked, gentle and caring. Ling Yunlang raised his head to look at Claire, his tone a little embarrassed but with a hint of pleading. "Your Excellency, I know you are very busy, but can you look after Xianxian for a while for me?" Ling Yunlang also felt very strange. Why was Xianxian, who never talked to strangers, so intimate with Claire, who she had never met before? But, just like Xueqing Lu had said, as long as Xianxian was happy, nothing else mattered. Claire was a bit conflicted. It would be strange if she knew how to keep children happy. Heck, this divine princess isn't simple, not simple. Walter exclaimed in Claire's head. She knows how to hit that man's soft spot. Clever, I admire her. No one noticed that when Walter talked, Xianxianlang's glance moved over to Claire's pocket. Astonishment appeared in her eyes and then disappeared immediately. Big sister, Xianxianlang tugged on Claire's clothes and said obediently, "Big sister, I won't make trouble for you, I'll be good." "Then I'll be troubling you, you Excellency." Ling Yunlang said embarrassedly to Claire, then looked at Xianxianlang dotingly. "Xianxian, be good. Don't make things difficult for the Castellan, understand?" Claire's mouth twitched, silently fuming. "What the hell, you are making things difficult for me now. Big sister, let's go over there." Xianxianlang grabbed Claire's hand and pulled her away enthusiastically. Ling Yunlang stood in place, watching the disappearing figures of the two, still puzzled. Xueqing Lu, still graceful and smiling, walked up to Ling Yunlang. Lingyun, let's go rest for a while. Xian will be fine in the company of Her Excellency. Okay. Lingyun Lang answered faintly and turned around to go inside with Xueqing Lu. Xian Lang pulled Claire towards the deepest part of the back garden, grinning from ear to ear as she looked at the sunflowers enthusiastically. Claire followed behind Xian Lang robotically. The surrounding air was cool and comfortable, a slight wind making everything refreshed. Then, to the astonishment of both Lingyun Lang and Xueqing Lu, Xian Lang became glued to Claire. They sat together for meals, and when Claire was working, she would sit at the side and read, waiting obediently. She even wanted to go with Claire when Claire went out to patrol. Only after a lot of comforting and pampering did she finally agree to stay at the mansion. Claire got on the carriage, extremely conflicted. She finally got rid of Xian Lang. When Cliff heard she was going out to patrol, he immediately jumped on the carriage too, because he could go watch the beautiful ladies on the streets. Claire, that kebab we had for lunch was really good. Yixuan Feng, who was sitting in the back, remarked dreamily, still savoring the flavor. Claire pressed on her temples with her fingers and rubbed them hard. What luck she had these days. Not only did this guy hang around her, even that child, Xian, also stuck to her. Just when Claire's head was aching, a huge bang came from the roof of the carriage. Something heavy had landed on top. The carriage started rocking crazily and some passers-by shouted. The next moment, a sharp sword sliced through the carriage top with a whooshing sound, the cold blade passing by Yixuan Feng's face fiercely. Assassins? The carriage had already made an emergency stop, the horses pulling the carriage neighing loudly. But Yixuan Feng, looking like he was taking pleasure in someone's misfortune, reached out and tapped the sword. He started chuckling merrily, "One ma, how's your chrysanthemum?" Of course Yixuan Feng recognized this sword, it was one Ma Shui's sword. It was better if he didn't ask, but now that he did, the sword started vibrating violently and was pulled out. The next moment, a streak of vicious dochi sliced over horizontally with a loud boom, shaving off the whole carriage roof, exposing the people inside to all the passers-by. "Ha, so you did chase after me." Yixuan Feng laughed like it was no big deal. "You son of a b***tch, doing such a thing to me." Wan Ma Shui lifted up his sword and pointed it at Yixuan Feng, snarling furiously. "What did I do?" Yixuan Feng faced the sky, looking innocent. "I'm going to butcher you." Wan Ma Shui swung his sword around and was about to rush over, but Claire noticed that Wan Ma Shui was walking a bit strangely. Why was his butt twisting? But at this moment, a hard wind blew, messing up Wan Ma Shui's hair and his clothes. One moment, Wan Ma Shui was running over furiously with his sword. The next moment, he had stuck his sword into the ground and was calmly combing his hair with his hand until it was neat like before and then carefully straightened out his clothes. Then, he pulled out his sword calmly, and suddenly changed his expression back to being murderous and roared. "Yixuan Feng, I'm going to butcher you today." This dramatic scene made both Claire's and Cliff's mouth twitch. Sure enough, freaks can only be friends with freaks. Walter sighed. "You think I'm afraid you? Heck, come on then. Watch me beat you into a pig head." Yixuan Feng jumped off the carriage, ready to fight. "First pay for my carriage, otherwise I'll tell my master to chop you all into pieces today." Seeing that the situation was on the verge of exploding, Claire's sinister and icy voice sounded. The sun was burning overhead, shining directly into the carriage. The sun was most cruel right after noon, and Claire couldn't open her eyes under the sun. Most importantly, the roof of the Castellan's carriage was thrown off in public. Did she have any dignity left? All the passers-by had already left, and the streets suddenly became quiet. Cliff stood up, took out his magic wand, and with a solemn face, coughed twice slightly. He glared at Wan Ma Shui. "Kid, hand over the money, or I'll shave your head." "Do you think I can't do it right now?" Only then did Cliff stand up to talk. Before, he had sensed that although the person jumped on the carriage aggressively, there was no killing intent. "No. Wan Mashui howled, reaching out to cover his head. He knew who this old man was. It was the wizard sage of Amparkland, a man with a weird personality who never followed rules. He might really shave off his extremely soft, very stylish hair. Then give me the money. Cliff jumped off the carriage, walked toward Wan Mashui and held out his hand. Wan Ma twitched his mouth and took out his money bag, about to fish out some money. But Cliff grabbed the bag of money, weighed it in his hand, then walked back towards the carriage in a happy mood, all the while muttering that it always feels the best when spending other people's money. Wan Mashui stared at the bag of money helplessly, wanting to say something, but not daring to. For his hair. Claire, this should be enough money for the carriage, right? Cliff took out a piece of gold paper, handed it to Claire, and then peered merrily into the money bag, muttering, "You go on your patrol, I'm going to that tailor shop over on East Street. I've heard that the seamstress there is not only talented and kind, but also gentle and caring. I'm going to get myself a few clothes made." It was very obvious that this perverted old man was faking going to buy clothes and actually wanted to harass pretty girls. Letting a beautiful seamstress measure you body up and down was a great enjoyment. Ha 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 ha! Yixuan Feng burst out laughing until his stomach hurt. "Do not fight in my city, or I will make you all into pig heads." Claire threw down this sentence breezily, stepped out of the broken carriage calmly, and started to walk forward. Of course she could be so arrogant with Cliff as her backing. Yixuan Feng immediately followed from behind. Wan Mashui rubbed his nose self-consciously. He had no money right now and he couldn't beat Yixuan Feng here, so what should he do? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Wan Mashui sheathed his sword, and followed after them, his gait a little strange. "I'm telling you, don't even think that I'll follow you home. Did Ma make you come to bring me back?" Yixuan Feng humped coldly at the Wan Mashui who catched up with them. "No, your Ma didn't tell me to chase you back." Wan Mashui answered truthfully. "Then what are you here to do?" Yixuan Feng asked, puzzled. "My Ma's not one to give up so easily. Your Ma said to let you stay here until the war breaks out, and then you'll have to use your abilities to make it back safely. It'll serve you right if you die here, and she'll just pretend she never had a stupid and incapable son like you. And if you can, bring back a wife." Wan Mashui shrugged his shoulders, repeating exactly what that female T-Rex had said. But Yixuan Feng exclaimed happily, "Yes. Ma's the best." Hearing all this, Claire twitched her mouth. What kind of a mother was this? This was called a mother? No wonder Yixuan Feng grew up to be such a freak. Beautiful lady. At this moment, Wan Mashui opened his mouth to talk to Claire shamelessly. Claire gave a sideways glance at Wan Mashui, replying quietly, "What? I have absolutely no money right now, so, you see, can I work for you?" Wan Mashui's smile was a little flattering. Of course, this was not the only reason Wan Mashui wanted to stay beside Claire. There were some other reasons he could not tell right now. "Fine, 1 gold coin per month, plus food and lodging." Claire said coldly, "All you need to do is to listen to my commands." Claire didn't know why this powerful Wan Mashui wanted to stay, but since he was already at her door, it would be wasteful not to take advantage of it. Coincidentally, Claire could use him in these 2 days. "What?" Wan Mashui shrieked again. "So cheap? What the heck are you complaining about? I'm working for free." Yixuan Feng spat on the ground, disdainful at Wan Mashui's greed, annoyed. "That's because you're lustful, you're being stupid as H*LL, you brought this upon yourself, but I..." Wan Mashui started chattering. "I'm going to rip your mouth off of you, you never could spit out ivory." Yixuan Feng started cursing angrily. "And you could spit out ivory? Spit some out for me to see." Wan Mashui retorted. Claire paid no attention to the 2 youths fighting behind her and instead, thought while she walked. The nobility of Naya had sent out a joint invitation, wishing that Claire would attend their specially prepared banquet. Them welcoming and giving a reception for a visitor was fake. Really, they were going to probe and to display their strength. Every new castellan would meet such a problem. The local nobility want to earn the greatest profit for themselves, and there are inevitably some castellans who had suddenly gotten some kind of new idea and want to implement some new laws that would hurt their profits, so they had to prevent this from early on. This plague damaged Naya seriously, and although the capital sent relief supplies, it could only solve a portion of the problem. The nobles controlled a lot of trade unions and shops, so they were afraid that Claire might hinder them in selling daily supplies at high prices. At night, Cliff came to look for Claire in the study. Cliff set up a magic barrier, blocking any magic sense. After making sure that no one could hear their conversation, he sat down with a serious expression. "Master? Did something happen?" Claire saw Cliff's serious face and knew that things weren't that simple. But Cliff said, "Claire, there is a way to undo the mark on your hand." Claire froze. There was a way to undo the mark of the god of darkness? Who could do this? The god of sprites. Cliff said with a bit of difficulty, "This mark, it can only be unlocked by the god of darkness or the god of sprites." Claire paused. Another god? Sprites like to live in solitude and dislike humans. But sprites are all kind and pure, and their god is too. If we could get their god to descend and undo your mark for you. Cliff frowned, the rest of his sentence unfinished. Evidently, he also thought that this was a bit unlikely. Not to mention, they couldn't even enter the forest of sprites. Even if they did, sprites would never let humans close to their temple and would definitely not summon the sprite god. Master. Claire chuckled softly. I know your kind intentions, but some things cannot be wished for. In the meantime, I will work hard and make myself stronger. Even if the day does come that I'm not able to resist anymore and leave you, please don't be sad. You must live on safely. Cliff's voice was choked by a few sobs. Don't talk like this. When I was young, I rescued a sprite. After you finish this business in Naya, we'll go to the forest of sprites and test our luck to try and find him. Yes, master. Claire nodded, smiling. Although there was very little hope, Cliff's kind intentions had moved Claire greatly. Sleep early and don't tire yourself too much. Cliff urged. Yes, master, I will end this business as soon as possible. After dealing with those nobles 2 days later, I will hand all matters over to Heath and then we can leave. Claire smiled and nodded. Okay, I'm going to bed. Old bones can't withstand such excitements. Cliff yawned. Master, you should probably first wipe off that lip print on your cheek. When Cliff walked out the room, Claire's chuckling voice came from behind. Cliff immediately wiped his face with hand extremely awkwardly. This was left by that pretty little seamstress from before who adored him. The plague was under control, so the divine prince and princess bid their farewells. Xian Lang clung to Claire's clothes, unwilling to part. Xian, be good, your brother and the divine princess are waiting for you. Claire picked up tiny Xian resignedly, about to put her on the carriage. Big sister, you must come visit me. If you don't, I will make brother bring me to see you. Xian Lang hugged Claire's neck tightly, reluctant to let go. Okay, fine. Claire answered perfunctorily. Don't treat me lightly. You must come visit me. Xian Lang said solemnly, holding tight onto Claire's neck. Suddenly, she lowered her voice so that only the two of them could hear. Big sister, in the future, please take good care of my brother. Nobody noticed that a spark of light glowed in the depths of Xian Lang's violet irises. What? Claire was surprised and then confused. What was that sentence supposed to mean? Okay, Xian, it's time to go. Lingyun Lang said dotingly but resignedly, walking over and picking up Xian Lang. Goodbye, big sister. Xian Lang snuggled into Lingyun Lang's arms, her head poking out smiling. Lingyun Lang carried Xian Lang to the carriage, then turned around and looked apologetically at Claire. I'm very sorry, bringing you trouble these days? I don't know what's with this child. She never talks to strangers but is so kind to you." This was the longest Ling Yunlang had ever spoken since he and Claire met. Claire faltered slightly. She kept thinking that something was off, but she couldn't think of what it actually was. The divine princess also came to say goodbye. Then, the carriage rolled away slowly from the castle, disappearing from everyone's sight. Jean silently made his way to stand behind Claire like before. The only problem that annoyed him was that his place seemed to be a little crowded. There were two other fellows who were following Claire closely from behind. The carriage left. Ling Yunlang held Xian Xianlang. Xian Xianlang snuggled in Ling Yunlang's arms and fell asleep. Xueqing Lu looked at the gentle and loving expression on Ling Yunlang's face, extremely conflicted. She wished that he could have that expression on for her. But except for his sister, he never expressed such emotions in front of other people. Although he smiled at everyone, Xueqing Lu knew that that wasn't a real smile. How she envied this child Xian Xianlang who was able to receive his love. Xian Xianlang's eyes were closed. A faint smile appearing on her lips, as if she was having a good dream. Ling Yunlang looked down at the smile on Xian Xianlang's lips and also smiling faintly, which made Xueqing Lu almost go into a daze. Nobody knew what Xian Xianlang dreamed about, and nobody knew that the rumor was half truth half fake, the rumor that the violet irises of the divine prince could see into the future. The rare violet irises could indeed see into the future, but not Ling Yunlang's irises, instead Xian Xianlang's. Xian Xianlang could see into the future. The price for seeing into the future was Xian Xianlang's sickly health. From the first time Xian Xianlang saw Claire, she knew that the fate of Claire and the fate of her most beloved brother were intertwined tightly together. The next day, along with Heath, Jean, Yixuan Feng, and Wan Moshui, Claire set off for the banquet the nobles prepared for her. The banquet was set up in one of the nobles' house in Naya. When Claire's carriage arrived, the servant announced the arrival of the castellan in a loud and clear voice to notify the nobles inside that the star of today's show had finally arrived. Claire wore a nice-fitting, pale green gown and made a dazzling appearance in the doorway. More eye-catching were the three handsome men behind her, each with their own style and charm, immediately attracting a lot of envious looks from young aristocratic girls and ladies. Some even guessed maliciously that these were boy toys Claire bought with money. Although Claire had become immensely popular, she still didn't change her man-crazy attitude. Claire felt the yell gazes from the crowd in the hall and chuckled coldly in her heart. These parasites, they must have had prepared for this, ready to squeeze her like a soft persimmon. What a pity. It was very unfortunate that even though she wasn't a bad person, she could never be described as a good person either. So if these people prepared a big gift, then she wouldn't be modest and would take the initiative to gain the upper hand. A brilliant and dazzling smile blossomed on Claire's gorgeous face once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Chapter 51, Walter Gets Stolen. Walter started shivering. He knew that whenever the little devil smiled like this, someone would pay. Walter felt a little sympathy for the people in the hall. "Your Excellency, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for a long time." From the middle of the hall, an elaborately dressed middle-aged man was walking over slowly. His face was abnormally white, his steps unstable, obviously a man who indulged in women and drinking. Although his words were polite, there wasn't a single trace of respect in them. In their eyes, this young girl was only a male chaser, becoming the castellan only through the prominence of her family. So what if she was from the Hill clan? The emperor was far away currently. How could they not straighten out this young and inexperienced child? Threaten her first, then offer a few benefits. But they couldn't overdo it, because the master of the little girl was Sir Cliff. Fortunately Sir Cliff didn't come, or things would get a little tricky. Claire watched the middle-aged man walking towards her while smiling the whole time, making the middle-aged man happy internally. He was glad that the child was indeed easy to straighten out. But Claire saw the contempt in his eyes clearly. "Your Excellency, your servant is Flynn Menda. The qualities Your Excellency exhibited during this plague." The middle-aged man called Flynn was the head of all the nobles in Naya. He put what he thought was a charming smile on his face, continuously praising. "First flatter, then coerce, and finally, lay out conditions, this the way they usually did things." But soon, his charming smile froze on his face. Because Claire raised her hand quietly to stop what he was going to say. This was very rude behavior. All the nobles in the hall were stunned. Although Claire was the castellan, she was only the lowest baron. And she made such a rude gesture? No castellan had ever dared to be so rude to them nobles. "Does Your Excellency have something to say?" Flynn asked, frowning, suppressing his anger. Everyone knows that the plague had just ended, and there are still a lot of matters to settle. "I need help from you. I'm sure that each and every one of you are kind-hearted and generous." Claire spoke, smiling at the doorway. When Claire gave such a speech, the expression on the faces of Flynn and the rest of the nobles changed. Claire's meaning was very clear: she would not let them increase the prices on goods. "Your Excellency." Flynn squeezed out a smile, wanting to say something. But Claire didn't even glance at him. Instead, she raised her head to speak to the crowd. "I know that you invited me here today to prove your loyalty to the country. I'm sure that you have already agreed to lower all daily supplies sold by the trade union by 20% to help the people of Naya City. Another thing, I will soon be leaving on a trip with my master Cliff, and while I'm gone, Heath will still take over my role as a castellan. I have faith that all of you will help Heath diligently, returning Naya to its prosperity." As soon as Claire finished speaking, the whole hall boiled. The crowd was gossiping among themselves, and Flynn's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't think that this little girl would take the initiative, first giving them such a big responsibility, then saying her decision. "Your Excellency, you should also know that the founding of our trade union wasn't easy. During this plague, we also experienced serious losses." Flynn's face was green as he complained. "Are you saying that the castellan's words have no authority? Is loyalty worth a penny? Are you trying to say that not only are you unwilling to lower prices, but you plan to increase the prices and make money out of the crisis? And exploit harshly the already poor and grievous people?" Yixuan Feng now spoke fiercely, glaring and cursing at Flynn. He pointed at the elaborate decorations in the hall. "This is what you call experiencing serious losses? Whoa, look at this crystal chandelier, market price 5,000 gold coins. And this table set is from the Feng family trade union, huh? At least 2,000 gold coins. And this rug is a foreign import and costs at least 8,000 gold coins." Flynn opened his mouth wide, completely astonished. Who was this black-haired, red-eyed youth? So rude and arrogant. The castellan also didn't do anything about it. And the prices he listed for each item were so precise. "You. Who are you? Speaking so rudely?" Flynn came back to his senses and started thundering. Although this black-haired youth was dressed nicely, his language was rude and Flynn had not heard of any other nobles accompanying the castellan, so this youth probably didn't have any background. Perhaps, he could be the weak link in their party and Flynn might get a chance to correct his mistake. "He's my assistant." Claire smiled and answered, for she knew that Yixuan Feng, that crazy boy, would definitely say, "I'm your castellan's future husband." Then Claire's expression became dark. She asked coldly, "But wasn't everything he said correct?" "Yes." Flynn answered absent-minded, then came back to his senses and shouted, "Absolutely not. Our loyalty to the country is open for everyone to see." "Then, Baron Flynn, you have agreed to lower prices by 20%? Once again, Claire put on a brilliant smile. "Well, this, I agree, but the other trade unions." Flynn was riding on a tiger and unable to get off, so he pretended to be awkward. He looked at the other nobles in the hall and continued, "Your Excellency, as you have also seen, my family is richer and still able to maintain itself despite the losses suffered from the plague, but my colleagues. It doesn't matter if he lowered the prices. If need be, he could just close his shop and take his goods to his relatives' shops and still make a lot of money. That's right, Your Excellency, Baron Flynn is able to maintain, but it's hard for us." A fat man immediately walked over and interrupted. "You could lose some weight." One Moshué humped coldly, extremely annoyed by looking at the parasites in the room. These people wanted to make money out of the crisis, but pretended to be so pitiful. "Who are you? You're interrupting my talk with the Castellan." Once he heard one Moshué jab at his sore spot, the fat man used this as an excuse to explode in anger. The hall became noisy as more people started blaming one Moshué. There was finally a weak point on the Castellan side. How could they let it go? He was only a servant of the Castellan. A lowly peasant being so rude to a noble would only end up hanged. But one Moshué only humphed and looked indifferently to the side. "Your Excellency, you also saw it. Your servant was so rude to me. A peasant insulted the authority of us nobles. I ask for you to punish him harshly. Hang him right now." The stupid fat man exclaimed indignantly, his spit flying everywhere. Claire glanced at one Moshué and suddenly lowered her voice so that only they could hear. "One Moshué, his spit flew onto your hair." The next moment, one Moshué's face became very red, an indication that he was about to fly into a rage. With a whoosh, one Moshué had pulled out his sword, his violet dochi radiant. A magnificent ray of dochi slashed towards that fat noble. A deep crack appeared on the red-carpeted floor, reaching all the way until the fat noble's feet. If it went forward just a tiny bit, the fat guy would probably be dead. The hall was deathly silent. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, stunned. That handsome youth was actually a grand swordsman. And such a dangerous person too, using force for no reason at all. Without any respect to people or place. If he used just a bit more strength, that aristocrat would be dead. The fat man finally realized what happened and his fat legs started shaking uncontrollably. You. The fat man couldn't even get a whole sentence out, only pointing at one Moshué with a trembling finger. He was extremely afraid. Why is such a dangerous person with the Castellan? The aristocratic women and girls who were attracted by one Moshué before were now frightened, and they decided not to hook up with one Moshué after the banquet as they planned to. "Aya, I'm so sorry. My guards are just like this, unable to control themselves when they see someone unrespectful towards me." Claire smiled like flour. "And as for the hanging this nobleman here mentioned, I'm afraid that's a little hard to do. No one in Naya is his match." Was there any sincerity in this apology? Was there? It was very obviously that not only wasn't there any sincerity, it was full of pleasure. The hall was deathly silent. Everyone's expression was ugly. Most people wanted to criticize her, but because of Claire's strong backing, they couldn't say anything too harsh. Flynn knitted his brows tightly, thinking about how to get the upper hand back. Ahem. Suddenly, Claire straightened her expression and coughed slightly, and said pretentiously, "One Moshué, how could you do that, treating this noble like this?" When everyone heard that, their expressions became lighter. So the Castellan still had to rebuke her guard on the surface. Flynn's face also relaxed a bit. So this little child wasn't too uncooperative and knew when to stop. "Oh, it's my fault." One Moshué pouted and answered unwillingly. "Yes, it's your fault. Next time you come across such a situation, don't give any mercy, just slice him in half." Claire's smile was brilliant and charming, but her words were dark. As soon as Claire finished speaking, the expressions of all the people in the hall changed greatly. Disbelief was in every eye. They couldn't believe that a pretty, sunny little girl would say something like this. Yes. Womanizer nodded and laughed evilly. If you do that next time, I'll increase your wage. Claire's casual words were like tons of stones on the nobles' hearts. They were so casual, not caring about their status as aristocrats or their lives. Everyone stared at Claire. Right now, all they were thinking was how frightening Claire's smile looked. Ha, I'm very willing to do so. Hearing this, Womanizer laughed gleefully. In truth, 1 gold coin per month was way too little. Then what about me, will I get wages if I kill him now? Yixuan Feng interrupted hurriedly. After all, he was working for free. Maybe next time. It'll depend on which one of you is faster. Claire replied insipidly. Jean watched this silently, a light flashing through his eyes as he looked at Claire. The casual conversation between the three infuriated and frightened the nobles in the hall. Nobody dared to interrupt. Even their families didn't have the power to defeat the Grand Swordsman. Flynn's gaze was furious. This little child was pushing it too far. Who did she think she was? He would find a way to report to the Emperor of her unrespectfulness and reckless attitude. Just wait and see. It wouldn't end like this. You all know that I'm busy these days, so I won't stay long. I will tell the Emperor of your sacrifice for Naya and your loyalty to the country and make sure he rewards you. Please enjoy your rewards. I'm going to take my leave. Claire smiled gracefully, nodded towards the people, and then turned around and left. The beautiful men also turned around and followed behind Claire elegantly, leaving many red-faced nobles. And like so, they walked out the door. Jean handed Claire a jacket for protection from the sun. Claire put it on, and instead of getting on the carriage, she strolled around on the streets. Everything Claire needed was in the pockets of the jacket, including the still-asleep White Emperor. Naya had finally returned to its usual prosperity. Many people came up and greeted Clary when they saw her, gratitude written all over their faces. At first they didn't trust her, but now they worshipped her. Suddenly, a little girl in a flower print dress rushed up to Claire with a bouquet of flowers. She raised up the flowers and smiled. Big sister, this is for you. Claire looked at the innocent smile of the little girl and was stunned. From the depths of her eyes was pure gratitude and happiness. Big sister made mother well again, so big sister is a good person. The little girl held up the flowers stubbornly, as if she wouldn't put them down if Claire didn't accept them. Mary, what are you doing? The rebuking voice of an adult sounded in the distance, and then a young man dressed like a commoner ran up hurriedly, his expression terrified. He looked at Claire and explained, Your Excellency, I'm sorry, the child is still young and disobedient. A smile slowly appeared on Claire's face as she bent down and accepted the flowers from the little girl. She patted the little girl's head and said, Thank you, the flowers are beautiful. The young man was shocked. Born a noble, yet the Castellan was so approachable? Big sister, you will always protect us, right? The little girl asked happily when she saw that Claire accepted the flowers. Mary. The young man's expression changed, rebuking the little girl as he picked her up. He apologized immediately to Claire. Your Excellency, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Yes, I will. I will always protect everyone. Always. Claire smiled and looked at the little girl, promising. Yay! Yeah! The little girl cheered, holding her father's neck and smiling. Claire smiled as she looked at the young man and said, No need to be so cautious. Your child is very adorable. If there are any problems in the future, just go to the castle and find the proxy Castellan. He will help you. Thank you, Castellan, thank you, Castellan. The young man hastily thanked over and over. Walter asked wickedly, Claire, since when were you so kind? After Walter finished asking, he waited for Claire's life-threatening pinch, but even after a long time, there was no response. Claire was silent, not saying a word. Kind? Really? Why was this word so ridiculous? Seeing Claire's silence, Walter started to add more fuel. "Claire, what kind of style are you doing today? Just then you were laughing, telling someone to kill someone and dismember their dead body. Now you're adorably and kindly deceiving that man's little girl. Was it something you ate or drank?" Walter chattered on without end. Claire was silent. She went forward slowly, like she was pondering over something. At that moment, a small youngster walked over and brushed past them. Once Claire came back to her senses, she discovered that Walter's voice was going farther and farther away. What was going on? "Claire, damn you, you idiot, I've been stolen. Just then when that guy brushed past you guys, they stole from your bag. If you still don't quickly come over here and save me," Walter furiously shouted. "What?" Claire's expression changed. The youth who had just brushed past them. They actually stole from her. Claire promptly felt her bag and sure enough, found her wallet and the spiritual stone gone. White Emperor was still sleeping peacefully and everything else was still there. It was just that the money and the spiritual stone was gone. "What is it, Claire?" Yixuan Feng asked with a tilted head. He discovered that something was wrong with Claire. "We've been stolen from," Claire said quietly. Everybody's expressions changed. They all subconsciously felt their bags. Only one Mashue's expression was unperturbed, because he didn't have a wallet or anything else valuable. Jean's expression also changed. There was actually someone who could stealthily steal money from him. Yixuan Feng was so pissed his teeth ached. There was actually some blind guy who dared to steal from him. When he found that little thief, he would definitely beat him up so much that even his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Claire coldly turned to lead and said coldly, "Follow me." If it was just the wallet, then perhaps Claire really wouldn't have any method to capture that thief. Even though stealing anything was bad, how could a person be stolen? Walter was actually stolen away. It was an outstanding robber. Very obviously, a very outstanding robber. Claire emotionlessly followed Walter's instructions, going past 2 streets, chasing all the way to a faraway alley. The alley was very secluded with no signs of life. At the very end, a door appeared at the right. Tottering on the verge of collapse over the door was a sign that indicated it was a hotel. Claire pushed the door open, a person asleep at the front desk. When they heard the sound of the door being open, they raised their head and saw Claire's group, preparing to say something. But Claire snapped her finger and a small fireball flew in front of the businessman. It swayed as it circled twice and then disappeared. The businessman's mouth opened wide, not a word coming out. Magician. A magician actually came to such a classless little inn like his. "We're looking for someone. No matter what sounds you hear in a moment, don't bother. We will compensate twice the amount for damages." Yixuan Feng was practically gnashing his teeth as he said these words hatefully. Claire didn't say a word and went straight upstairs. Walter was making a racket incessantly. "Claire, how are you this stupid? Ha? I, a living person, was actually able to be stolen away. You didn't even notice when they touched your bag?" Claire had a dark expression the whole way as she went to the room Walter directed her to. Wasn't this first time she had been stolen from? "One Mashue, you're in charge of the window." Jean watched the door. Claire was really a bit angry. She had actually been stolen from without noticing. "How did you know it was here?" Yixuan Feng looked doubtfully at the door. "I set up a spell on my wallet," Claire explained half-heartedly. Yixuan Feng immediately realized and fiercely kicked the door open. One Mashue was like lightning as he raced to the window madly, blocking the escape route of the person inside. And Jean guarded at the doorway. Yixuan Feng smiled evilly, his fist tightened so much, there was the sound of cracked knuckles. If he didn't beat up the robber inside the room so much that their head would be filled with bruises, then he wouldn't be called Yixuan Feng. After the door was kicked open, sure enough, The first reaction of the person inside the room was to run towards the window, but the window was already guarded by one Mashue. The door was also guarded by another warrior. "Where will you run?" Yixuan started laughing evilly. Claire sized up the young robber in the room. Plain clothes, slim body, brown hair, long bangs that even blocked the brows. A pair of jet black, large eyes watched them alertly. "If I give you the items, let me go," the young robber said immediately. Naturally, he understood the situation. Originally, they had thought they were fat sheep. Who would have thought they were all strong experts? It was a real miscalculation. The young robber quickly brought out all the wallets and put them on the table. Naturally, there was also Claire's spiritual stone. All the items were brought out, untouched. Claire was silent as she approached, grabbing her wallet and spiritual stone and putting it into her bag. "We can let you go. Just wait for me to beat you up so much that nobody can recognize, and then it'll be fine." Yixuan Feng pushed up his sleeves, preparing to start. But Claire blocked Yixuan Feng and walked up to the young robber. The young robber faced Claire's eyes and stepped back, feeling a little uneasy. This woman gave him an indescribable pressure. "What's your name?" Claire asked the thin and weak-looking youngster. The youngster bit their lip, not saying anything. Suddenly, Claire started laughing coldly. "If you don't respond, I'll let them strip you bare and then tie you up and send you to the prison. There won't even be a trial because I am this city's castellan." The youngster looked at the cold light in Claire's eyes, and their heart couldn't help trembling, saying quietly, "I'm called Samurai Iluo." Everybody in the room twitched their mouth when they heard Claire's threat. What kind of threat was this? Strip away their clothes? It was fine to just send them to prison, why strip them? Very good, Summer. Talk. Why do you need to steal? Claire said insipidly. She pulled up a chair and sat down, then indicated at Jean to close the door. "I'm a robber." Now Summer's voice didn't have any timidness. Instead, they stuck their chest out, speaking boldly. Their meaning was, "I'm a robber, it's proper for me to steal." But Claire noticed that when Summer said this, there was a trace of pride. "What about the other things you stole? Will you bring them out or will I let them search your body?" Claire coldly stared at Summer as she said these words. Holy shit, Claire, you want to do villainous things to another villain? Walter cried out in surprise. Claire didn't say anything, silent. Nonsense. They had all tasted this robber's skill. If the items he stole didn't have anything good, it would be strange. Also, the robber had been tightly pulling at the bag in their hand the whole time. Summer angrily looked at Claire, gnashed their teeth, and handed over the bag in their hand in the end. Claire grabbed the bag with one swipe, not caring for formalities. Then she started looking inside. There were jewels, necklaces, etc., all unordinary items. Claire, do you like these? Go home with me. I'll give you as much as you want. Yixuan Feng crouched down, looking at Claire look through the items, laughing. But Claire didn't even look at those treasure left on the side. These were all useless items. In the very depths of the bag was a book. Claire was about to start flipping through, but the words on the cover caught her eye. It was Chinese. Really, truly Chinese. Treasured lotus-style cultivation. The 4 words in Fongsong font were imprinted clearly on the front cover. Where did you steal this from? Claire asked while frowning at Summer. I don't know. I've stolen from so many people, how could I know which person this is from? Summer snorted, replying disdainfully. Oh. Well then, Yixuan Feng, strip him naked and tie him up, then take him away. Claire instructed insipidly and stood up. I'll talk. Summer was alarmed incessantly, continuously waving hastily, saying, I stole this from another robber. In other words, you don't understand the words on the cover? Claire asked while waving the book. I didn't know what kind of strange thing it was, so I was preparing to throw it away. This time, Summer replied cooperatively. Claire didn't speak anymore and instead flipped through the book. With a rough skim, Claire's eyes actually widened. This was a rare cultivation book. Bring him away. Claire put away the book and then led the way. Hey, what do you mean? I already gave the items to you and you even took something you wanted. Isn't it time for you to let me go? Summer angrily raised a fist. Summer had thought subconsciously that because he was so cooperative, after they were done, they would definitely let him go. When did I promise to let you go? Claire turned and gave a brilliant smile. You. Summer dared to be angry, but didn't dare to speak. He only stared hatefully at Claire. And just like this, in front of the three handsome men's suspicious gazes, Claire brought Summer back to the castle. Entering the room, Claire hinted at everyone to wait outside the door while she and the robber, Summer, have a one-on-one chat. Yixuan Feng felt so conflicted, his heart extremely disturbed. Perhaps Claire fell for this pretty boy? This pretty boy that could be easily blown away by a gust of wind? Yixuan Feng felt so conflicted he almost scratched the walls. Wan Mashui felt joy looking at Yixuan Feng's misfortune. Jean didn't have any expression on his face. There was only a sliver of suspicion in his eyes. Inside the study, Claire set up a magic barrier, preventing anyone from hearing their conversation. Only then did she sit down. Summer watched Claire hatefully. Right now he was the equivalent of a sheep waiting for slaughter. He couldn't fight and win against Claire and couldn't escape either. There were still 3 even stronger people guarding outside. What on earth do you want to do? Summer asked angrily. I'm tell you, I stole that book from another robber. I don't know what the words on the cover mean either. I don't mean to ask you about your relationship to this book. Claire smiled. She leaned back in her chair leisurely as she watched Summer. Then what on earth do you want to do? Summer asked furiously. Claire, you haven't really taken a liking to this pretty boy, right? Look at him, so skinny, like what? A gust of wind would knock him over. At least find a strong man who's able to suppress you. After saying the last bit, Walter felt regret. Sure enough, the next moment, the life-threatening pinch came. Summer AI Luo. Someone from the Grand AI Luo robber family. A self-proclaimed robber, but you still haven't passed the clan's exam, I'm afraid, right? Claire tapped her fingers on the table indifferently, smiling gently. Summer froze, then watched Claire alertly. Your exam is really harsh, it's actually stealing a dragon's tooth. Claire smiled. How do you know? Summer blurted out, then came to his senses, quickly covering his mouth. Isn't it a bit too hard for a little girl to travel alone and single-handedly steal a dragon's tooth? Claire propped up her chin, languidly looking at the people below as she said this sentence. Summer's expression immediately changed greatly, eyes wide as she stared straight at Claire. TL, all the previous male pronouns were male in the Chinese. At first I attempted to make them gender neutral, but it sounded super awkward. Do you want to know how I figured it out? Claire smiled while looking at Summer. Summer was silent, but her eyes revealed anticipation. Of course she wanted to know. To this day, nobody had figured out she was female, so how did this girl figure it out the first time they had met? Claire smiled brightly, looked at Summer, and then stated quietly with her vermilion lips, I'm not telling you. You. Summer's expression changed from anticipation to annoyance. It was to the point that she even had the impulse to rush up and beat this annoying person up, but she couldn't beat her. Sigh. Summer felt extremely conflicted. Why don't you come with me? I will help you steal dragon teeth. Claire displayed a charming smile, persuading with a low voice. Why would you say these kinds of words? What qualifications do you have to make me follow you? Summer snorted, speaking disdainfully. First, I'm stronger than you. Currently, I could beat you up so much that your whole face bruises until you agree. Second, the 3 men guarding outside are stronger than you and can also make your whole face bruise. Third, my master, Cliff, can beat you up so much that even flowers wouldn't bloom in your presence and immediately wither. Claire elaborated indifferently. Then she said one last sentence. Of course, if you agree, then not only will we not beat you up, we'll help you successfully steal dragon teeth and let you pass your exam, let you become a true part of the AI Luo clan, let you become the AI Luo clan's pride. With one jab, Claire had completely grasped Summer's weakness. The AI Luo clan was the world's largest and oldest robber clan, but becoming a true part of the AI Luo clan required passing a test. Summer frowned, then relaxed, then frowned again, and then relaxed again. Of course she had heard of Cliff's name and knew what kind of person he was. It was just that she never thought today she would bump into Cliff's recently acquired disciple. She was Claire Hill. And like so, Summer knit her brows and then smoothed them out many times, so much that just by watching, Walter felt conflicted. Summer finally said slowly, "What kind of price do I need to pay? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Suffering a Dragon's Attack. I haven't thought of it for the time being, but don't worry, I definitely won't make you cross your bottom line. Claire said solemnly, her expression serious. Really? Summer frowned slightly and watched Claire alertly. Really? Claire nodded. I promise. Every person has their own limit, I also do, that's why I understand very clearly. Attacking the limit is intolerable. Summer watched Claire's burning gaze, not saying a word for a while. You dressed up like a boy to protect yourself and prevent a little trouble, that's all. Now you can do whatever, because we will protect you well. Whoever looks disfavorable to you, just go up and beat them up, leave the rest for us to settle. Claire said with a brow raised. Ah? Really? Summer became happy. Although she disguised herself as a boy, her delicate and pretty appearance still caused a lot of trouble. There were some nobles who didn't just keep girls as pets and also wanted to lay a hand on pretty boys. She made a dangerous escape each time. She hated those perverts, but she didn't have the power to fight back. Now that she heard what Claire said, naturally she became happy. Walter curled his lip, very speechless. Claire, that little devil, really knew how to hit their weak spot, beat with a stick, then offering a carrot, as if they didn't join her gang, then they would be done for. Only, he really didn't expect this thin and weak youngster to actually be a girl. Not only that, they were actually someone from the AI Luo family, the #1 ranked thief family in the world. They dared to steal anything and they were able to steal anything. Rumors say that historically, the most outstanding thief had even stolen something from the Temple of Light after infiltrating into their main temple, and even cut off a lock of hair from the Pope. Nobody was willing to provoke this kind of terrifying family. Who knew if one day you would awake to find a part of your body gone? But it was very hard to formally become a part of the family and required passing an extremely difficult exam. Really? From now on, you can return to dressing like a girl. Claire smiled and seriously nodded as she promised. Which normal girl didn't like beauty? Which was willing to dress themselves as incomparably sloppy? TL, me. Good, that's what you said. You can't force me to do what I don't want to do. Summer happily said. Whenever you need me, just tell me. I will try my best for anything within my limits. Deal. Claire smiled brilliantly. From today on, Summer is one of us. Claire gave everyone solemn introductions. Summer, this is Wan Mashui, this is Yixuan Feng, and this is my knight, Jean. May everyone please get along well from now on. You're actually a woman? Wan Mashui frowned as he circled around Summer and sized her up. Ha, very good, very good. Yixuan Feng smiled so wide his eyes were crescent moons. So it was like this, ha, very good. It's a woman, not a pretty boy. What are you looking at? Summer was very uncomfortable with Wan Mashui's gaze and said angrily, do you think I can't steal all your clothes at night and make you walk out of your door naked? It's not like I'm stupid. If you steal everything, at worst, I'll just not walk out the door. Wan Mashui started fighting with Summer. You can choose any room from the Castellan castle. After 2 days, we'll leave this place. I want to go to the Sprite Forest, and on the way we'll go through Dragon Valley. When the time comes, I'll come up with a way to do what I agreed with you. Claire explained to Summer. All right. Summer didn't pay attention to Wan Mashui anymore and turned to agree with Claire's words. Oh, where did this little beauty come from? Cliff's voice came from the main hall, directly followed by him running in like the wind in. Master, this is a new person to join us, Summer Ai Luo, she. Before Claire finished speaking, Summer called out in surprise, because Cliff, that old perverted wolf, lifted up Summer's skirt with one swipe. Master! Claire said angrily, unhappy. Claire, this person is really Sir Cliff? Summer held down her skirt, and hid behind Claire with lingering fears with her head poking out to look at the vulgarly laughing perverted old wolf. She had long before heard that everything was good about Cliff except that he was very perverted, but she never would have thought he would actually make this kind of unacceptable action to a person he had just met. Claire looked at Cliff's vulgar smile and unhappily said, Master, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to make a move against Summer, or else I'll slaughter you. Cliff curled his lip and didn't speak anymore. From that point on, with Cliff around, Summer definitely wouldn't wear a skirt anymore. Yixuan Feng and Wan Mashui were both stupefied. This was their first time they had seen this side of Sir Cliff. And like so, the day passed with much ruckus. Night descended, all living beings silent. Claire leaned on the bedpost, flipping through the book she had gotten from Summer. Claire, what is this? You can understand the words on it? Walter was extremely puzzled. The words on it didn't seem similar to the words everyone knew. A little. Claire said perfunctorily. Treasured lotus-style cultivation, a mysterious way of cultivation. In total there were 10 levels. But Claire felt it was weird because it only had the first level for cultivating and the rest were all repeats, all repeating the contents of the first level. Only after flipping to the very last page did Claire realize what was going on. It was because only after learning the first level and then infusing the pages with lotus power would the contents of the second level appear, and so on so forth. After Claire set up a magic shield, she sat in the lotus position and started cultivating following the method on the book. Walter was extremely puzzled, not understanding why Claire would suddenly do these unusual actions, because this wasn't meditation at all. Claire just kept maintaining this position for 2 hours. Under the incredulous gaze of Walter, a small golden lotus appeared on Claire's forehead. But once Walter wanted to look more carefully, the golden lotus disappeared instantly. But now Claire had entered a mysterious kind of realm. An indescribable happy chi entered into all 4 of her limbs, and suddenly, she could feel everything around her clear as crystal. Even with her eyes closed, she could still feel everything around her very clearly. It was a strange feeling she had never felt before, being able to sense all the objects in the surrounding based on the movement of air. Only after a long time did Claire slowly open her eyes. Claire's gaze returned to the book, a light smile emerging on her face. She seemed to have picked up a treasure this time. Claire laid back down, looking at the nearby White Emperor. White Emperor just continued to be in a deep sleep. It seemed like last time when he transformed into a human form and insta-killed that Benjamin, it used up a lot of strength. Now, he kept on sleeping deeply to slowly recover. Walter already lost interest and fell asleep. Although a spirit didn't need to sleep, Walter forcefully closed his eyes to sleep. Using his words, it was only this way that he could feel he was a normal person. White Emperor, Claire gently stroked White Emperor's furry body, her eyes revealing a complex expression. White Emperor's last words from the time when he insta-killed Benamo were deeply imprinted into her memory. My contractor, quickly mature. Claire clenched her fist tight. Strong, she must become strong. Claire's eyes became cold. Looking at White Emperor, her gaze became colder and colder, but unwilling, and wronged even more so. Because White Emperor's and Claire's contract was actually a master-servant contract. However, the master wasn't Claire, but White Emperor. White Emperor was Claire's master. Only if Claire continuously became strong and surpassed White Emperor would she be able to reverse the contract. It would be then that Claire could become White Emperor's master. She definitely needed to become strong, and reverse the contract to become White Emperor's master. Claire breathed out a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes. 2 days later, Claire had roughly finished dealing with all the matters and then gave Heath the right to act on behalf of the Castellan. With Naya City's residents seeing her off, Claire's carriage left Naya City. You're actually very popular, Summer said sourly. Summer and Claire, along with Jean, were in the carriage. Currently her head was sticking out the window, looking at the group of Naya City's inhabitants behind the carriage. Claire was silent, not saying a word. If they wanted to go through the spirit forest, they would have to pass through Uwusili, a relatively behind-the-times, barbaric country, then pass through a hazy swamp and Dragon Valley in order to reach Sprite Forest. They had already obtained border passes. Many days prior, once Duke Gordon received Cliff's message that he would bring Claire to go learn from experience, he immediately sent out people to find the fastest way to get passes. Once they were far from the city, Cliff made everyone switch into the most ordinary clothes. They sold the carriage and all rode on horses, disguising themselves as a small group of adventurers. This way they would save themselves a lot of trouble. Early on, Cliff had told Claire that on the journey, Claire and them would deal with whatever they met themselves. Only if there was a life-threatening danger would he make a move and save him. Only this way could they achieve the results of learning from experience. His words made very good sense. Claire also felt that doing it that way was good. But could someone tell her why there was a dragon here? Wasn't it that they had to go Dragon Valley, the place where dragons lived, to see dragons? Why was it that the moment they entered the ravine filled with thick fog, they would suffer from a dragon's attack? There was a gigantic three-headed black dragon, one head spit fireballs, one spit water arrows, and there was one that could actually blow out wind blades. Bizarre. What kind of dragon was this? Daddy Me's mood right now is really bad. I'll slaughter you guys. This dragon actually could spit out human words. Claire set up a fire shield, blocking the water arrows the giant dragon had spit out. Summer was behind Claire. Looking at the mad giant dragon, she stuttered, Claire, I did want to steal teeth, but aren't there too many mouths? You don't say. A normal dragon would have one head and one mouth, but this dragon actually had 3 heads and 3 mouths. Wasn't it too many? Cliff stood far away, observing the other side's situation from high up. Yixuan Feng and Claire set up magic shields, blocking the waves of mad attacks from the giant dragon. Their hearts were incomparably depressed. What was going on? They had never heard of a dragon here, only a few lower-level magic beasts. Before they entered the ravine and were resting in a village, the villagers all warned them repeatedly that recently, this ravine was always filled with thick fog, and from time to time, produced the sound of angry roars. Many low-level magic beasts ran away from this ravine. The villagers all said that a high-level magic beast had arrived, so nobody went into the depths of the ravine to hunt or gather herbs and all worked at the ravine's valley. They definitely wouldn't take even one step into the inside that emitted fog in the morning. Once they heard these outsiders actually wanted, they naturally advised them repeatedly with kind intentions. Claire and them thanked them for their kind intentions, but they had to enter the ravine, because going through the ravine was the fastest path. If they turned back and took a detour, they would be delayed by perhaps 10 days. Naturally, they weren't willing to waste that time. It was just a high-level magic beast, their group of people could handle it easily. But could someone tell them what was going on? Why was there a gigantic three-headed dragon amidst this thick fog? The giant dragon seemed to be very angry, continuously roaring, attacking them with all its might. Claire and Yixuan Feng felt more and more strained as they guarded. But soon, they discovered something off. From the very beginning, the dragon stood at the same place while attacking, not going forward at all. Also, the dragon race was supposed to be very powerful, able to oppress humans. The pressure this dragon gave them was very little. At the very beginning, his attack was easily blocked by Claire's and Yixuan Feng's magic shield, something somewhat outrageous. Retreat back. Claire and Yixuan Feng called out in a low voice at the same time. The small group of people retreated quickly, directly to Cliff's side. Cliff leisurely sat down below a tree, then saw everybody's sorry figures. It was then that he slowly said, "You finally found out that the dragon is imprisoned there." Everyone was at a loss for words, all looking straight at Cliff and not saying anything. This old fox, he had long before discovered a clue, but he sat here to watch the ruckus. Everyone turned back to look at the black dragon amidst the fog. Sure enough, that black dragon was still there, not chasing over, and all the fireballs, water arrows, and wind blades he produced also could only attack on the ground not far away from them. Cliff stood up lazily, pulled out a wand, and then started chanting a spell. In that instant, a huge gale blew fiercely towards the colossal dragon. The next moment, the thick fog dispersed and the giant dragon's body appeared. Around the giant black dragon on the ground in 4 directions were 4 pillars, half the height of a person. On all the pillars there was a shiny ball of light. In the middle of all the balls of light were a chain of light. The 4 cables of light bounded the giant dragon firmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Everyone saw the black dragon's huge body and was shocked. The giant dragon was black from head to toe, his dark scales sparkling under the sunlight. As warriors, the first thing Jean and Wanmashui thought was that if those scales were used as guarding items, then they would basically be high-level products. Behind him were 2 huge wings, the 3 heads with hateful expressions. "You lowly humans, come here to receive death." That huge black dragon furiously thundered, so much so that the leaves on the trees started to shake slightly. "Are you an idiot? If we came whenever you told us to, that would be so embarrassing." Summer snorted at the giant dragon and made a face. "You damnable human scum, I'll shred you to pieces." The giant dragon roared, doing his utmost to twist his body, but still couldn't leave the place at all. Cliff looked at the giant dragon and his expression slightly changed. How could someone from the royal dragon family be here? How could he be trapped here? Cliff thought out loud. What? This guy is also a prince? Summer snorted and grimaced, looking at the battered and trapped giant dragon. Claire frowned, looking at the incessantly angry black dragon, but she was thinking of other matters. Holy crap, this is how a prince behaves? Wanmashui directly spit. Rough, vulgar, and ugly, this giant dragon was the dragon race's prince? Someone come and immediately knock him unconscious. He simply didn't believe this kind of guy was a prince of the dragon race. What he wanted the most right now was to be able to get rid of this giant dragon and peel of his scales for guarding items. Armor, gloves, knee brace, thinking of it made his mouth water. If it also soaked in dragon blood, then the set of guarding tools would be to King awesome. How was the dragon race's prince trapped here? The dragon's sense of honor was unusually strong. What they detested the most was those earth dragons and demi-dragons who had been reduced to being humans' mounts, disgracing the dragon's honor. And as the dragon race's prince, he must have an unimaginable amount of ego. But right now he was trapped in this little ravine. The dragon race's prince. The dragon race's prince. It was the dragon race's prince. The sentence echoed continuously in Claire's mind. This guy's value wasn't something normal. Think about it, if a human received a dragon's help. It looked like this guy had an unordinary amount of ego. If they gained his favor, he would do his utmost to repay them. But there was a prerequisite. With this guy's hysterical personality, if they saved him, he would definitely eat everybody here, not leaving even dregs behind. This guy is under a very strong imprisonment. His strength has been weakened so much that it's not even 1/10 of his original strength. That's why the power those elemental balls could bind him. Cliff said while shaking his head, looking at the balls of light that ensnared the black dragon. Those power of those balls of light can maintain for at least 200 years. In other words, he will be trapped here for 200 years? Claire looked at the black dragon who was still roaring from a distance, her voice not high or low as it spread, controlling her volume so that it was just enough for the black dragon to hear. He must have committed an offense and trapped here as punishment. Yixuan Feng said while stroking his chin. Pa! Daddy knee was set up. Shut your bird beak, what rubbish are you talking about? When the black dragon heard everybody's words, he started roaring more angrily. Then you're really an idiot, actually being set up by someone. Claire snorted disdainfully. That's right, an idiot. Idiot. Summer made a face at the black dragon. The black dragon became even more furious and roared, struggling with all his strength. I'll shred you guys into pieces. This is the second you said that. I'm still standing here perfectly fine. Summer curled her lip, smiling complacently. The black dragon was practically about to be driven mad. His eyes were about to burn. Damnable human scum. Actually daring to act so out of line in front of him. Lowly ants. The black dragon wanted to struggle free from his restraints, but wasn't able to move at all. The trapped prince will miserably be trapped in this dark ravine for 200 years, and then when the punishment is over, will arrive back at the Dragon Valley and discover that the dragon who trapped him will already be sitting on the throne and rightfully issues the order to kill him. Claire shrugged, saying these words with an indifferent expression. That's really a poignant story. Yixuan Feng sighed. Everybody had on an incomparably grieved expression. Walter was laughing so hard his mouth was about to break. Claire, this bad person, actually getting happy from other people's misfortune. These group of bad people each had on a remorseful expression, but the smile in their eyes could be covered up. Damnable humans, I'll slaughter you guys. As the black dragon's weak point had been touched, he became even more berserk. He roared with all his might, his three heads spitting out three magic elements, attacking at the ground before him. He could only attack to that distance. Claire suddenly changed the topic, turning to look at the black dragon and said, exceptionally solemn, the noble dragon prince shouldn't be stuck in this dark place without sunlight for 200 years. No, even if it's 2 days, it shouldn't happen. The black dragon fell silent. Being continuously stuck in this kind of place would be really uncomfortable and it would be impossible to be happy. Even low-level magic beasts can circle around and watch your highness from a distance, not to mention humans. Yixuan Feng sighed deeply. Yixuan Feng had interacted with Claire these past few days and already understood her very well. Whenever Claire had this kind of tone, she would have a plan. What he needed to do was add on to the situation. It would be fine if he just fanned the fire. Yes, that's right. It's not 2 days, not 2 months, not 2 years, but 200 years. Summer, that girl, also added fuel to the fire. Silent, the black dragon had fallen silent. After a long time, the black dragon's gaze was finally not angry anymore. He said in a low voice, "What do you need?" A faint curve appeared from the corner of Claire's mouth. "1 of your teeth and 3 wishes. Fulfill 3 of my wishes under the condition that you can do it," Claire said seriously. "Human, you're being greedy." 1 wish. The black dragon snorted. 2. Claire frowned and said with much difficulty, "It can't be any less. It's a trade of 200 years for 2 wishes and 1 tooth, that's all." From the very beginning, Claire didn't think the black dragon would be generous. Naturally, she had to raise the price a little bit, then lower it later. It would already be very profitable to get 1 more than her expectation of 1 wish. "All right. Human, do you have a method to remove these restraints?" the black dragon said in a low voice. "I can't." Claire shrugged and replied straightforwardly. The moment she finished speaking, the black dragon started to roar furiously, "Lowly human, you actually dare to play around with me? I will make you pay the price." The black dragon roared angrily, flapping his 2 giant wings, stirring up a gale. Although he really wanted to rip apart the hateful human in front of him, he didn't have any way to move forward the whole time. "Just look at you, so rude and impulsive. No wonder you were tricked and trapped," Claire said unhurriedly. "Just because I can't undo it doesn't mean someone from our group can't undo it." The black dragon stopped what he was doing, waiting and watching Claire. The atmosphere was very strange. Walter twitched a bit. This little devil, could she be any more evil? Summer, on the other hand, was unconcerned. From the very start, she had already been slowly become accustomed to Claire's evilness. Now, on the contrary, she didn't feel Claire was so evil anymore. This way of bullying actually seemed very fun. "Human, you're very cunning. What's your name?" Strangely, the black dragon wasn't angry, and instead, asked this question quietly. "Claire Hill." Claire replied, feeling a bit strange in her heart. This fiery guy actually didn't get angry when she tricked him? Very strange, very unusual. "Claire, I'll agree with your request, but I want a condition," the black dragon said quietly, rumbling like muffled thunder. Setting the initial price? This black dragon was actually this shameless? "If you agree with my condition, then our deal will be met," the black dragon said in his muffled voice. "Say it and I'll consider it first." Of course Claire wouldn't agree to anything rashly. "Let me stay with you, I want to learn humanity's despicable craftiness and shamelessness. You are an exceptionally worthy subject to study," the black dragon said, exceptionally conscientiously. "I want to seize back what is mine. Perhaps what you said is right, I'm too impulsive and that's why I was entrapped. I want to learn with you and then go back and face the person who trapped me." After hearing the black dragon's speech, Claire didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this complimenting her or sarcasm? But everyone behind Claire couldn't hold back, to the point that they all convulsed with laughter. As Cliff laughed, even his brows couldn't help rocking the whole time. Summer covered her stomach as she laughed heartily. One Mashuei was even more exaggerated, crouching on the ground, slapping the ground over and over, laughing so much he was about to have a spasm. Only Jean and Yixuan Feng could bear it a little, not laughing so exaggeratedly. "You can, but we need to agree on 3 things. First, you cannot revert back to your true form whenever you want to, you can't transform back to your true form unless I allow it. Second, you need to control your fiery, impulsive nature. You can't attack humans whenever you want to and need my permission to do so. I haven't thought of the third one at this point, I'll say it when I think of it," Claire said to the black dragon after thinking. "Okay, no problem. Now can you help me undo these restrictions?" the black dragon asked. "Master." Claire turned to look at Cliff, who was still bursting in laughter, frowning. "Oh. Okay. Cliff stopped smiling with great difficulty, then fished out a crystal. He smacked his lips, then turned to the black dragon, saying, "Venerable Prince, I, on the other hand, don't really believe your words, so this memory crystal will record me saving you. If you break your promise after I save you and kill us, then this memory stone will immediately send this recording to an old friend of mine, and the matter of a venerable dragon biting the hand that feeds it will spread widely across the continent. The consequences didn't need to be described. Dragons had very large self-esteems as the strongest creatures. If the matter of a dragon betraying their benefactor was widely renowned by humans and they were looked down by lowly humans, then it would be their greatest humiliation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. This old fox. The Black Dragon Cursed. Actually, he had that plan at the start. If these people saved him, he would immediately dismember these lowly humans into 1,000 pieces, but just then, he had already changed his mind. Humans had always been the most despicable, shameless, and cunning creatures. Following and learning from these things and going back to deal with his elder brother was a pretty good idea. Claire squinted. Cliff's thinking and hers matched up. But, now that she looked at it, this black dragon definitely wouldn't kill them now. Cliff casted a spell on the crystal and then handed it to Claire. He pulled out his wand and raised it fiercely, starting to chant many incantations. The wand emitted a light beam at the black dragon's head and then turned into 4 light beams that rained down, directly attacking the 4 balls of light that binded the dragon. Slowly, the 4 balls of light started trembling, then vibrated more and more intensely. Small beads of sweat appeared on Cliff's forehead, but Cliff didn't stop what he had been chanting, and instead, started chanting faster. The black dragon let out a long roar and then, using his 2 front claws, directly grabbed the light beams and pulled fiercely. The loud crackling continued on as the harsh, white light enshrouded the black dragon. The black dragon's wings slapped, raising a wave of chi, blowing so much that everybody were almost unable to open their eyes. The next moment, the 4 pillars were already destroyed by the black dragon. As the white light dissipated, the black dragon stretched his body, obtaining freedom. Roar! The black dragon hissed at the sky for a while, venting his innermost resentment and the feeling of ease after obtaining freedom. Cliff opened his eyes slowly and wiped the concentrated beads of sweat on his forehead. Claire hurriedly supported Cliff for him to sit down. The black dragon looked at the other sound profoundly. With a poof, a white light flashed over. The black dragon had turned into a human figure. Black hair, black eyes, clothes completely black. His handsome face held a trace of wildness with more savageness from the depths of his eyes. Claire, teeth. Summer reminded Claire quietly. If you get the teeth now, then won't you go back and complete your test? Then won't I be losing out? You'll just disappear. Claire turned and said to Summer. This crafty girl, Claire knew her nature very clearly. Aya, don't speak so ruthlessly. After I go back and turn in the tooth and finish my exam, I'll come back immediately. I'll accompany you all the way to the Sprite Forest. I still haven't repaid you yet. Summer immediately pledged. Then, Your Highness, I've thought of my 3rd request. Claire ignored Summer and turned towards the black dragon. My name is Ben Berna Alexa Betla Buetfade, *. The black-haired black-eyed black dragon started saying his name as if he were chanting a prayer. He spoke for a long time without any indications of stopping. Dragons' names were all this long? *, a bunch of English-sounding stuff. I'll just call you Ben. Claire blocked Ben's words. Give this girl the tooth you promised and then send her back to the AI Luo clan household, and then after she completes the exam, bring her back and meet up with us. We will camp here and wait for you guys. 1 day and night should be enough. If this girl doesn't come back, then trample on their clan's household until even dregs aren't left. After hearing this, Summer's expression changed greatly. In reality, she did have this idea of returning and not coming back ever again. Claire, this guy, was really too dangerous. Her woman's 6th sense made Summer feel like as long as she stayed with Claire, danger would come knocking on the door. In the far, far future, Summer would confirm over and over that her woman's 6th sense was abnormally accurate. I refuse. A look of disdain appeared on Ben's face. There's no way I'll let a lowly human sit on my back. Summer started smiling, but then when she heard Claire's next words, her smile froze. I didn't say to let her ride you. You can suspend her on your tail or grab her with your claws. Claire interrupted Ben impatiently. Oh, that's fine. This time, Ben nodded cooperatively. CL. Claire. Please don't. Summer looked at Ben, who had suddenly assumed his true appearance, her voice trembling as she asked. Grabbed by those ghastly claws and then flying high up in midair? No. Let's go. Of course Ben wouldn't care about those. He extended his claws and grabbed Summer's small body and beat his wings to soar high up. While Summer cried out fearfully, Ben's figure slowly disappeared in the sky. Everybody looked up to gaze into the distance. It was only until the figure disappeared from their sight that they retracted their gazes. Claire, do you think he'll come back? I keep feeling like that black dragon isn't that trustworthy. Feng Yixuan asked a bit worriedly. Will he treat that thief unfairly? What if he flies to some body of water or mountain range and throw the thief to their death or drown them? Shui Wanma asked, frowning. He won't. Claire replied quietly, yet certain. It seemed like Ben knew his own temperament very clearly, too impulsive and fiery and without any shrewdness, which was how he had been trapped. Now he had finally learned to be a little smart when he had obtained his freedom, so naturally, he wouldn't let this opportunity go. Yes, he actually wanting to learn from her how to be despicable, shameless, and crafty. It was something that would make one speechless. Claire stroked her chin. Then we'll be camping here today. Boy, go and find some tree branches. Boy with the sword, find some wild game. The poker-faced one, yes, that's right, I'm talking about you, stop looking. Erect the tent. Cliff sat down leisurely and instructed everybody, then patted the spot next to him. Come, darling disciple, let's sit here and rest for a while. Feng Yixuan went to get tree branches, Shui Wanma went to go hunting with his sword, and Jean started to build the tent. Master, have you gone to the Sprite Forest before? Claire asked. I have. I sent a sprite home. That sprite was very curious on how the human world was like and wanted to meet humans. Cliff looked up ahead. Suddenly, his gaze started to become a little listless, like he had seen something from the far, far past. Claire quieted down, waiting for Cliff's next words, because she saw a faint trace of grief from the depths of Cliff's eyes. The sprite that Cliff had saved was definitely a woman. Definitely. That sprite was very beautiful, very gentle. As pure as a sheet of white paper. She was curious about how the outside world was like, so she secretly slipped away from the Sprite Forest, passed through the Dragon Valley and then arrived at the bustling world of humans. Cliff said softly, as if he was afraid of alarming the person in his heart. Your master and that sprite definitely committed adultery. Walter's voice sounded vulgarly in Claire's mind. Out of Walter's expectations, Claire actually made a sound of approval, agreeing with Walter's idea. But mankind's greed and ugly craving was far from what she could imagine, so she was captured by humans and locked away. They were planning on offering her to a very perverted and muddle-headed emperor. Cliff's expression started to become a bit furious. But after he had spoken to this point, Cliff didn't speak anymore, becoming silent. A faint trace of grief appeared on his face. No need to speak. Your master was definitely a hero, saving a damsel in distress and then fell in love at first sight. But it's impossible for humans and sprites to intermarry. Sprites have lifespans many times longer than humans. Furthermore, the sprite's race will definitely not permit a human to dirty their pure and noble blood, so this is only a tragic tale, Walter interrupted and said excitedly, to the point that his spit practically flew. Claire also had surmised this. Right at this moment, a miserable shriek came from the depths of the forest. Next, there was the sound of Shui Wanma's angry yell. Something had happened. Claire stood up abruptly, heading to the direction where the sounds had come from. Holy shit, who's calling so mournfully? Perhaps Shui Wanma bumped into a beauty, wanted to sue them, they didn't consent and committed suicide, and then. Walter elaborated on his imagination, talking annoyingly. Shut up. Claire shut Walter up moodily, hurriedly rushing over to where the sounds had come from. F***CK. 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 Walter suddenly shouted tensely. Claire, it's Light Aura. Damn it, it's dogs from the Temple of Light. There's so many, at least 5 people. No, there's still one more. What? People from the Temple of Light? How could they appear here? Claire. Just at this moment, Feng Yixuan's voice came from behind. Feng Yixuan had also hurriedly headed over. Soon, Jean also came from another direction, quickly meeting up with the two. It's people from the Temple of Light. Claire said quietly. How do you know? Feng Yixuan asked in surprise. Because the people in front of us all have white armor and the insignia of the Temple of Light. Claire said moodily. Ah? Feng Yixuan looked up. Sure enough, he saw 5 holy knights clad in white armor attacking Shui Wanma with their swords, and Shui Wanma was resisting them with a bit of difficulty, not allowing the holy knights to pass him. Claire looked past Shui Wanma and was astonished to see another holy knight. But his white armor was already extremely dirty, covered in mud and bloodstains. In his embrace was a girl who was completely pale-faced and completely covered in blood. The girl was hugging the knight tightly, her face filled with concern, because the knight was on the brink of fainting. Evidently, they had already gone through a harsh battle. What was going on? Why were Shui Wanma and the Temple of Light going against each other? F***CK. 5 against 1. Scum! Feng Yixuan howled angrily. Of course he wouldn't care about some Temple of Light. In his eyes, there were only 5 scum using numbers to go unfairly against his brother. Feng Yixuan's movements were the very definition of nimble and cruel. Immediately, he called out for several frightening icicles to fly over. Before the holy knights reacted, another wave of icicles flew over. Jean. Is your loyalty to me greater than your belief in the Temple of Light religion? Claire suddenly asked Jean profoundly. Miss, you are my religion. Jean smiled faintly, answering quietly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Getting Rid of Holy Knights. Then that's good. Claire snorted coldly. Listen carefully, don't even leave one alive. Since they were going to make a move anyway, with the way the Temple of Light worked, they definitely wouldn't allow anyone to challenge their authority. Since they were going to provoke them, then they would have to deal with them properly, eliminate them from the roots, definitely not allowing them to get the chance to turn the tables. Not even a little. Yes. Jean consented lightly. Icy coldness emanated from his eyes. He pulled out the sword with a whoosh and then added on a layer of do chi. Who are you guys? Do you guys know how great of a sin it is to block the Temple of Light from arresting traitors? One of the holy knights yelled out in a hurry as he saw another 2 strong people join the fight. After we kill you, we'll burn your corpses until not even dust remains and melt your armors. Who could know they were people from the Temple of Light? Claire's cold voice made the holy knights tremble with fear. This girl, what she said was definitely true. She definitely planned on doing it. Such a young age yet actually such a cruel heart? Don't let them run away. Claire warned. They can't. Feng Yixuan snorted, already cruelly waving his hand for more to go over. Claire walked next to the holy knight who Shui Wanma had been protecting, crouched down slowly, and was actually stunned to see the girl in the embrace of the holy knight was black-haired and black-eyed. Perhaps this girl was the person who could topple the Temple of Light? The person who was predicted to come once in a millennium? That's why this girl was chased to be killed? But Walter's voice sounded at this moment. Claire, don't thinking blindly. This girl isn't the person from the prophecy. Look at the depths of her eyes, there's a trace of blue. Although it's very faint, it's truly there. This should be how the Temple of Light kills 1,000 innocents to not let one go. This is one face of the Temple of Light's methods. Today, their luck was very good, bumping into us. Claire looked closely. Sure enough, she saw a trace of blue in the girl's eyes. Also, this girl's destiny is very average. Walter said confidently. He understood the stars a little. Claire picked up the about-to-faint Holy Knight's sword and turned to also join the fight. The fight became 4 versus 5. Once Cliff had walked over slowly and heedlessly, he saw a scene that almost made his heart jump to his throat. Claire and a few guys were pursuing and attacking a few knights from the Temple of Light extremely viciously, only hitting vitals, so much so that it looked like they wouldn't stop until they killed them. But their opponents were not holy knights from the Temple of Light for nothing. Confronted with Feng Yixuan and them's vicious attacks, they neutralized them one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Yixuan and Shui Wenma's flawless coordination gave them a headache incessantly. Claire and Jean also coordinated very well from sparring, also making their opponents fight strenuously. Cliff stared at the scene in front of him, not coming back to his senses. You guys, what are you doing? Cliff frowned as he asked. Sir Cliff? The lead Holy Knight recognized Cliff in a flash and then acted as if he had seen a savior, crying out hurriedly. He's not Cliff. Claire said angrily, a slash of dochi slicing past, closely following an attacking fireball. Cliff frowned, confused at the state of affairs. Master, these beasts wanted to violate that girl and we stopped them. They even wanted to lay a hand on me, saying they happened to like a child my age, even saying that this kind of small body felt the best to violate. Claire's face didn't redden nor heartbeat quicken as she casually made a bunch of lies. These kind of shameless and vulgar words made the Holy Knights all stare blankly and faces flush red. What? Cliff immediately became angry dramatically, pulling out his wand as he was about to fight. It's not like that, Sir Cliff, please listen to our explanation. We are the Temple of Light's most faithful knights, how could we do this kind of thing, There was no ending to the we, only a mournful cry. Claire expressionlessly stuck out her tongue. In reality, she knew very clearly that this kind of botched lie would have no way of tricking Cliff. But the circumstances had already turned into this. Cliff had no choice but to join them, because he understood the way of the Temple of Light better than anyone else. Claire's words were only to give him an excuse to not stop them from killing. If Cliff made a move, then who could fight back? Soon, the Holy Knights fell. Master. Then you go rest first. We'll come in a while. Claire smiled gently. The bloody spectacle on the ground was not suitable for the elderly to see. Cliff faced the sky. Yes, today's weather is pretty good. I'll go first and roast meat while waiting for you guys. After he finished speaking, he picked up the few hairs Shui Wenma had just dropped on the ground and turned and left immediately. It would be best if he didn't see the execution of the people from the Temple of Light and pretend he didn't see anything. After all, they were people on Lawrence's side. Jean, support them up. Treat them a bit. Claire said, looking at the wounded Holy Knight and the girl completely covered in blood. Thank you, thank you. The girl completely covered in blood looked at the emotionally, thanking. She didn't have any wounds on her body, all the blood on her body was the Holy Knight's. Yes, miss. Jean bent down and grabbed the heavily wounded Holy Knight, leaving as Cliff did. The Holy Knights who were currently unable to struggle all angrily and incredulously watched Cliff's figure disappear. That was Sir Cliff, no doubt about it. Then the blonde-haired girl was his disciple, Claire Hill. The rumored male chaser who had suddenly started to straighten out. They actually dared to brazenly make a move on people from the Temple of Light? Pile them up, I'll burn them, Claire said to Shui Wanma and Feng Yixuan as a cold light appeared in her eyes. What are you going to do? The goddess of light's all-seeing vision will record all your sin down. You will be punished, the leading holy knight rebuked angrily. Feng Yixuan and Shui Wanma turned a deaf ear, rapidly making their moves. Shui Wanma first went forward and slashed one after the other, slitting their throats. The holy knights all died with their eyes open wide. Pa! Goddess of light's all-seeing vision. More like dog vision. Walter hatefully spat. Shui Wanma quickly and nimbly piled up the corpses. Claire chanted and started to set the corpses on fire. Slowly, the corpses gradually turned to ashes, but the armor melted very slowly. They all had some kind of boost effect from magic. As Claire frowned, pondering how to melt these armor as fast as possible, a strange chi flowed in her body. In front of Feng Yixuan and Shui Wanma's stunned gazes, Claire's flames gradually turned gold-colored. The armor instantly melted, turning into a pool of molten iron, flowing slowly off into the distance. Check again for anything that could expose their identities? Claire stopped her flame, walking forward to inspect if there was anything on the ground. We just need to leave. Shui Wanma drew his sword, chopping the ground with a low grunt. Then, a large dent appeared in the ground. Without another word, Shui Wanma burst with Do Chi again, raised the ground that'd been burned, and flipped it over into the huge dent, burying all traces. Only after the three inspected the surroundings carefully again and were completely sure did they prepare to go back. Claire, suddenly, Shui Wanma stopped, quietly calling Claire's name. Yes? Claire turned and looked toward Shui Wanma, not understanding. Thank you. Shui Wanma's thank you was very quiet, but very clear. Claire immediately understood what Shui Wanma meant. Yes, if it wasn't for Shui Wanma, they wouldn't have been dragged into this conflict, wouldn't have gotten involved with the Temple of Light's matters, and wouldn't have become the formidable Temple of Light's enemy even more so. What are you thanking for? I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened here. Claire smiled, turning to leave. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Shui Wanma's mouth. But Feng Yixuan fiercely grabbed Shui Wanma's neck and spoke in a voice only loud enough for the two to hear. I'm warning you, Claire is mine. If you dare to fight with me. F***CK. Even if this world was destroyed, I still wouldn't have a fraction of those kinds of thoughts toward your wife. Shui Wanma snorted. Oomph, at least you have tact. Feng Yixuan released Shui Wanma's neck. The two walked to the camp with their arms around their shoulders. The holy knight and girl completely covered in blood were still a riddle. They believed that what they said would explain what on earth was going on. When they arrived back at the camp, the holy knight had already been treated with Cliff's medicine, looking a lot better. Seeing Claire and them arrive back, the girl completely covered in blood hurriedly stood up to welcome them. Sit down. How is his condition right now? And what was going on? Claire waved, indicating for the girl to sit down. Because of that stupid prophecy, the Temple of Light sent people to kill her. A sincere and innocent girl, a weak girl without any strength. The nearby holy knight, who was still a bit weak, said somewhat hatefully. How could this kind of girl topple the Temple of Light? Her eyes are clearer than spring water. After the holy knight finished speaking, he turned to look at the nearby, worried girl. The girl shook her head lightly, unable to bear it. I don't deserve venerable sir at all. What venerable sir? I'm already someone the Temple of Light will chase and kill, I'm already a fallen knight. The knight laughed calmly and extended his hand, tightly holding the girl's hand. Didn't I say this a long time ago? We'll die together. Ha, how corny, Walter shivered. Claire, I also want to die with you. The next moment, Feng Yixuan gripped Claire's hand fiercely, looking at Claire exceptionally seriously as he said those kinds of words. Everyone froze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. TL, you wussily. Yixuan grasped Claire's hand tightly, staring at Claire with wide eyes. The next moment, Yixuan covered his eye and crouched down, groaning. Next time you dare to do this, I'll hit your other eye. Claire said icily, retracting her fist. Ouch, I was telling the truth. Yixuan stood up and dropped his hand with a mournful expression, revealing a panda eye. This was Claire's masterpiece from just then. During the moment when everybody still hadn't come back to their senses, Claire's hand was even faster than her thoughts. Pulling her hand out of Yixuan's tight grasp, she punched Yixuan's eye socket. While Yixuan grimaced with pain, Yixuan watched gleefully at Yixuan's sorry figure, taking delight at his misfortune. What are you laughing about? Yixuan vented his heart's rage onto Yixuan, an icicle flying over. But Yixuan was already on guard for a while, pulling out his sword to block and then nimbly deflecting it. The two started fighting noisily again. Claire sat down, looked at the girl who was completely covered in blood, thought for a moment, turned around and pulled out a set of her own clean clothes and a set of jeans clothes from her travel bag, and threw them at the two people. What are you guys planning on doing next? Claire asked insipidly. Live while hiding our identities and go to and settle in wussily. Find a desolate village and live there for the rest of our lives. The fallen knight answered like so. Wussily was the most backward country in the entire continent where the Temple of Light's influence was the least deep. The Temple of Light won't let you guys go. Claire said coldly. Yes, I understand. I know the dark side of the Temple of Light that common people don't know. Naturally, they won't let me go. But even though it's like this, I'm still not going to wait for them to capture me. I will use all my power to protect her. The fallen knight looked deeply at the girl sitting beside him. The girl looked deeply at the fallen knight. The two's hearts were communicated without words. They really are a bitter fated couple. Walter shrugged and said to Claire. Thank you, benefactors, for saving us today. Thank you. The fallen knight struggled to get up and bow. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have died mysteriously. Claire stopped him. No need to bow. First, take care of your wounds. I can't trouble my benefactors anymore. We will cross the border as soon as possible to wussily. The fallen knight said seriously. He understood very deeply that if the holy knights who were chasing after them didn't return to report, the Temple of Light would soon make new moves. Little girl, come. Cliff beckoned at the girl. Come, I'll change your hair and eye color. It should stay for 10 years and save a lot of trouble. Take care of yourselves. Really? The girl brightened, because her hair color and eye color had always hurt the people around her and she had been betrayed many times. Now that she heard her hair and eye color could be changed for so long, of course she was exceptionally happy. I can. Of course the medicine I make can last for about 10 years. Cliff said haughtily. Thank you, sir. The girl happily thanked hurriedly. The fallen knight looked at Cliff. He believed everything said by the holy knights. This elder was definitely the wizard sage Cliff. That was why he could easily overpower the 5 holy knights. But this was already not important. Jean silently roasted the wild fare, not giving so much as a glance. Yixuan and Yixuan were still fighting fiercely. Cliff was dyeing the girl's hair, the fallen knight watching them gratefully. Claire sat down underneath a tree. Looking at the tree trunk, she looked up at the night sky that was getting darker and darker. Lightly touching her right hand's glove, Claire frowned slightly. There were still many annoying matters, White Emperor who was still in deep sleep and the dark mark on the back of her hand. Yixuan and Yixuan went farther and farther away, fighting in the middle of the forest. When they were out of Claire and them's sight, the two stopped. The two crouched down at the same time. Yixuan said, "Was that my hallucination?" At first, I also thought I was hallucinating, but it definitely wasn't. Yixuan said certainly. Right, Claire's flame actually turned gold. What is going on? Yixuan stroked his chin suspiciously. I've never seen a flame that color. Although it was only for a split second, it definitely changed color. How do I know? We'll just inspect it carefully in the future. After he finished speaking, Yixuan rapidly hit Yixuan's head and ran. Holy shit, you actually took advantage of the situation to hit me. Yixuan leapt up and started attacking fiercely. Yixuan counterattacked and the two started fighting fiercely again as they made their way back to the encampment. At night, after everyone finished eating, Yixuan gave his tent to the fallen knight and girl and squeezed into Yixuan's tent. Claire was lying down calmly in her own tent, looking at the magic lamp hanging from above, thinking back to the treasured Lotus Styles mental cultivation method. After thinking back over and over, Claire became more and more awake, unable to sleep. So she simply sat in the lotus position and started cultivating the treasured Lotus Styles mental cultivation method. An indescribable fluidity encompassed Claire's whole body. Heat flowed through her 4 limbs and bones, wandering slowly. The slow flow of the heat became faster and faster. The moment she infused with her dantian, suddenly, something seemed to emerge in Claire's mind. Suddenly, Claire opened her eyes. She had already finished learning the first level of the treasured Lotus style. A light smile appeared on Claire's lips. This metal cultivation book, even if people from this world could read it, they wouldn't be able to learn it, because probably nobody from this world knew the acupuncture points written in the book. With a slight flick of her finger, a small, golden fireball appeared. It appeared instantly without any incantations. Claire, you didn't seem to have chanted anything. Don't tell me you can already instacast low-level magic? It can't be. Walter's amazed voice sounded. At this age and the high level of it, how could Claire instacast? Also, why is your flame golden? Today, when you were destroying the corpses, it seemed like your flame was a bit golden. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. Walter's voice was filled with confusion. You'll know in the future, Claire said perfunctorily. It would be hard to explain. How could she tell Walter that her soul was actually from another world and the language wasn't the same, and the strange book she had gotten from the little thief was a really awesome, rare mental cultivation book? Walter whispered. You can't say right now? What is going on? Why is the flame you release golden? It seems a bit stronger than other flames. It could even melt those armor so quickly. Quiet. Suddenly, Claire's expression changed drastically because a pain that was as if she was on fire suddenly came from her back. Ah! Walter was frightened. Seeing Claire's drastic change in expression, he thought he had annoyed Claire and immediately shut up, but quickly discovered something was off. Slowly, cold sweat appeared on Claire's forehead. It seemed like she was experiencing something really painful. Claire, what's wrong with you? Is it something urgent? Was it that tonight when you ate Jean, that jerk's, Herod wasn't roasted properly so your stomach hurts? Walter asked worriedly. My back, there's something growing. Claire squeezed out with clenched teeth. What? Walter was super shocked. Something was growing? Was she joking? What was going on? Was it that Claire didn't learn properly and forming things randomly? Look and tell me what's going on. Claire turned, rapidly lifting her clothes, exposing her back. The unbearably hot feeling from her back became more and more intense. Something was continuously spreading. Walter reflexively closed his eyes. He had the reflex developed as a habit now. Whenever Claire undressed, he would immediately obediently close his eyes or fade away. What is it? Claire asked angrily. I don't know. I didn't look. Walter replied, trembling. I don't dare to look. You said before that if I dared to look at your body, you would slaughter me. I'm letting you look right now. Claire rebuked angrily. It's just looking at my back. If you don't look right now, I'll slaughter you immediately. She didn't have a large mirror right now. If she did, then would she need to let Walter see what was going on? Slowly, Walter opened his eyes, looking at the bright skin of Claire's back. When he saw it clearly, it was as if his whole body was struck by lightning, unable to think. On Claire's back, a golden lotus bud was blooming. From Claire's waist, it grew all the way to Claire's shoulder, golden bright, emitting an indescribable beauty, directly stunning the soul. The golden, huge lotus grew in Claire's pure white skin as if it was completely natural. In total, there were 12 petals, but out of the 12, only one had blossomed and the other 11 were tightly folded. Walter watched dumbfoundedly, profoundly stunned by the devilishly beauty. He forgot to think, forgot to speak. There was actually something as beautiful as this in the world? Walter! Claire shouted angrily, pulling Walter back to reality. Ah, what? Claire, what? Walter made a mouth-wiping movement. If he had saliva, it would have already dripped onto the ground. Currently, Claire already didn't feel any more pain and put her clothes down, asking angrily, "What on earth did you see? What's on my back?" A golden lotus. There are 12 petals. One flower petal has blossomed, but the other 11 haven't. So pretty. I've never seen anything so pretty before. Walter was still deeply stunned. But, Claire, how did a lotus grow on your back? Claire was silent, but her mind was working very fast. Golden lotus? Just when she completed the first level of the treasured lotus style, it had appeared on her back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Yixuan takes advantage of Claire? Golden lotus. It was definitely created by this mysterious mental cultivation. A flower petal had opened up within her skin, showing that she had finished learning the first level. In a similar fashion, every level learned would unfold a petal. But the book had written that the mysterious treasured lotus-style way of cultivating only had 10 levels. If each petal represents one level, why were there 12 petals on her back? What did it mean? Walter, you didn't see wrong, there were 12 petals? Claire asked, frowning. Let me see again, it's better if I confirm. Walter chuckled vulgarly. He still wanted to see the devilishly beautiful scene again. Go rest. Claire pulled out the spiritual stone and gave a pinch, making him faint. Before Walter could even cry out, he had passed out. Claire lifted up her clothes, wanting to turn around and see her own back. But how could anyone see their own back? So Claire was at a loss, wanting to look, but unable to. How on earth did the golden lotus look like? Just at this moment, the tent flap was suddenly lifted open, the entrance showing Yixuan's face as he was holding a roasted rabbit. Their eyes met and the two became petrified. Claire had lifted up her clothes, which only had underwear underneath. Yixuan just faced the clothes-raised Claire. The next moment, an extremely brutal thing happened. Aha! Yixuan's mournful cry resonated into the night sky, lasting for a while. When everybody faced Claire's tent, they only saw Yixuan's face was completely bruised as Claire was stepping on him. Yixuan's hand was still raising the well-roasted rabbit, not letting any dust stick to the roasted rabbit. It's nothing, I just have some personal business with Yixuan, that's all. Sorry to bother everybody. Claire said to the everyone standing at the entrance in a nonchalant manner, smiling sweetly. Personal business? This personal business could make someone's entire face be bruised and then stepped on? Shui Wanma emitted a flash of craftiness from his eyes. He extended his hand out, blocking everyone, saying while chuckling, let's go, let's go. Since it's their personal matter, then we shouldn't bother them. The vague words made one's imagination soar. Everyone understood in a flash, turning to go back to their tents. Jean looked at Claire's expression, looking like he was thinking about something, but also turned and left. He had understood the look of repressed anger in Claire's eyes. When the surroundings quieted down, Claire used her foot that was stepping on Yixuan to grind him a little, and said a bit hatefully, "Talk, what did you see just then? Your underwear is so sexy, it's actually purple." Yixuan recklessly replied honestly. Greeting him was a foot that stepped on his back with much strength. Claire said angrily, "Let me ask one more time, what did you just see?" I didn't see anything." This time, Yixuan learned from experience, changing to this response. But the slight trace of perversion in his eyes gave him away. Just then, when Claire had been lifting her clothes, she had been facing the tent entrance directly, so Yixuan didn't see Claire's back. But he did see Claire's purple lace underwear. "You don't knock when entering? You actually dare to open the tent flap without my permission?" Claire said angrily, still a bit resentful. "I was wrong, I won't do it next time," Yixuan said with a sullen expression. "It's all because of that stupid night's roasted rabbit, it tastes so bad. That's why I roasted another one and wanted to secretly give it to you." Only then did Claire notice that the Yixuan she was stepping on was clinging to a shiny roasted rabbit, raising it high, not letting any dirt from the ground stick to the rabbit. Claire retracted her foot. "Get up." Only then did Yixuan crawl up. "From now on, you can only enter after getting my permission." Claire's expression lessened slightly, but still a little angry as she spoke. Yes, okay. Of course I will." Yixuan gave the rabbit to Claire, swearing solemnly. "All right, you can go back." Claire accepted the rabbit, Yixuan turning to leave. Claire looked at Yixuan's figure and said quietly, "Thank you. It's something I should do." When he heard this, Yixuan became happy. He smugly touched all the bruises on his face as he left, thinking to himself that the beating was worth it. Besides seeing such a good scene, he also gotten Claire's touching thanks. Claire looked at the rabbit that had been roasted brilliantly, the heat controlled perfectly. She really never expected that the Yixuan who came from an exceptional household and environment had such a skill. But it had been really dangerous just then. Fortunately, she hadn't faced her back towards the tent's entrance, otherwise Yixuan would have seen the golden lotus, and who knows how the situation would have been like. Claire looked at the glove on her right hand and sighed lightly. It was really too mysterious now. Her hand had been marked by that abnormal god of darkness and her back had grown a golden lotus. If the 12 petals all opened up, then would the golden lotus disappear? She hoped so. Claire bit the roasted rabbit gloomily, thinking angrily. In the early morning, the fallen knight and the girl were going to leave. The fallen knight's wounds were treated by Cliff's medicine and much better, and the girl's hair had been dyed a common brown, eyes dyed gray, average to the point she couldn't be more average. We cannot implicate our benefactors. Our goals are pretty small and we won't be too eye-catching. From this point on, we will take our leave. The fallen knight solemnly bowed deeply, the nearby girl also stooping to bow. Currently, the two had changed into the clothes that Claire had sent them. They had already cast away the armor and sword that could expose them, becoming an extremely common pair of travelers. Be careful on your way. Claire pulled out her wallet and took out a few golden banknotes and then poured out some golden coins, giving them to the fallen knight. Hold on to these. I land in a remote village and settle there. Don't delay, you guys have no money. The fallen knight hesitated. Thank you, benefactor. We will forever remember your kindness in our hearts. If we have the chance to repay you, we will definitely try our hardest. The nearby girl stopped holding back, accepting it and giving thanks. After sending away the fallen knight and girl, everybody once again started waiting boredly for the black dragon, Ben, and the small thief, Summer, to return. Walter was pondering continuously. What on earth was Claire's personality like? He suddenly discovered he didn't understand. The vicious and mercilessness when Claire was dealing with the holy knights and the care Claire had given to the fallen knight and girl were completely different. Was Claire's heart good or bad? Why did he feel that Claire was a contradiction? Both wicked and kind-hearted? Pah! What kind of messed up combination was this? Walter spit to himself. Suddenly, Walter quivered for a moment, something flashing in his mind. Contradiction? Both wicked and kind-hearted. This kind of soul was the most beautiful thing to the god of darkness. Perhaps it was because of this that the god of darkness had claimed Claire as an offering? And when he said it was not time yet for the offering, was he waiting for Claire's soul to grow more? The most perfect combination, wicked and kind-hearted. This kind of beautiful soul would be hard to come by in several thousand years. Walter was frightening by his own conjecture. Was it like this or not? He could only calculate one step at a time. He would definitely understand the situation in the future. While Cliff was watching over her, Claire started meditate, sitting on the ground. When noon hadn't arrived yet, a fierce gale came from mid-air, alerting everyone. The black dragon Ben had come back with the little thief Summer in his claws. After Ben descended, he transformed back into a human form with a puff. One hand was grabbing the already passed-out Summer. Summer was foaming at the mouth, pale in complexion. Did the matter finish smoothly? What's with her? Claire looked at Ben, who was calm as water. So dirty. This lowly human is actually afraid of heights, vomiting everywhere. Although Ben said such loathing words, he still didn't drop Summer onto the ground. When Summer was vomiting due to her fear of heights, the people who were actually unlucky were the people below, on the ground. Thinking of this, everyone shuddered. A bit too cruel. Was it completed? Claire asked. Done, it's all done. At first, those old things kept on being noisy at her, saying that it wasn't possible that she had stolen teeth from the dragon race's prince. I extended dragon pressure, pressuring them all to be obedient. I said, actually daring to steal my teeth, go die. Ben spit. Then those lowly old things finished evaluating her. Was it possible? Black Dragon Ben had learned to be smart this quickly? So only that happened? You didn't take revenge afterwards? It just ended unsettled? Claire kept on feeling that something was off. Of course, I just made them bring out the little thief and then let them go. That's why I just brought back this lowly little thief. Ben laughed loudly, then lowered his head to look at Summer, who he was holding onto, pulled her up, and shook her, hard. Wake up. Summer made a few retching sounds, slowly opening her eyes. When she saw Claire, suddenly, an exceptionally warm and affectionate look appeared in her gaze. While sobbing, she said, Claire, tell him to let me go. This evil-hearted guy, after he knew about my fear of heights, he flew around in circles, otherwise we would have arrived much earlier. I vomited out everything I ate last night, ugh. Now, Summer suddenly thought that the vicious Claire was currently so pleasant to the eye, so comforting. Claire looked at Ben. Ben guiltily looked up towards the sky, pretending he couldn't see Claire's gaze. She had never thought that this guy's personality was so nasty. Claire had a bit of headache looking at Summer, who was being shook by Ben, saying to Ben, all right, let Summer go. Ben loosened his grip and Summer plopped onto the ground. She got up and ran to Claire's side before she rubbed her sore butt, hugging Claire and not letting go. Go change clothes first. Claire pinched her nose, resisting the wave of strange smell coming from Summer. Summer smelled herself and then spit and vomited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. That one is my tent. There are clothes inside. Claire pointed at her own tent and said to Summer. Oh, okay. Disappearing like a wisp of smoke, Summer ran into the tent to change clothes. Now everybody was there and they could set off. Ben, you must remember what you promised me before. You can't turn back into your real form whenever you want to, no attack any humans whenever you want to. Claire warned again. Got it, don't worry. Ben nodded offhandedly, as his gaze actually turned towards Claire's tent. Why wasn't that little thief done with changing yet? The party set off once more, traveling towards the country border. Uwusili was the Ceylonese continent's weakest country. Due to its special topography, the national land was basically all marshlands and mountains, so in the already small amount of land it had, a half of it was pretty barren and infertile, which was why no other countries were willing to waste many troops or energy to invade this country. After the guard at the border town lazily inspected Claire and them's pass, they traveled together and then started to doze off. So tiring, Claire. Can we have a hot bath tonight? Summer stretched her body, watching Claire expectantly. Yes, we'll find a pretty good inn, rest, and then travel tomorrow. Claire was also a bit tired. Also, she wanted to find a quiet and safe place to study the second level of the treasured lotus style. Wow, Claire, you're awesome. Summer jumped up and down, looking completely satisfied. Even if it was in the middle of summer, cold baths were still uncomfortable. After they found the border city's best inn and Claire paid for a room for each person, she instructed the boss to send food and hot water to each room. Now it was finally quiet for a while. Claire locked door after entering the room and laid on the bed with her clothes on. Walter, first go check to see if that black dragon Ben is staying obediently. After Claire sent Walter away, she took out the Treasure Lotus style book, flipped through a few pages, concentrating Lotus power as she followed the method written on the last page, slowly pouring it into the book. Claire was shocked to see the words were like they were alive, like they had life as they started to writhe about, turning into other words. Soon, the contents of the book were changed. The first level's contents were gone, the entire book's words all changed into the contents of the second level. Claire started to read the contents of the book with rapt attention. But just at this moment, a ruckus started outside in the corridor. Get the hell out, get out, all of you. Take 3 times your rent's worth and get out. My family's young master has booked this place. A rude voice sounded in the corridor, followed by the sounds of doors getting kicked open. As Claire heard the sound of a door kicked open, her expression suddenly changed a little, because that direction was Black Dragon Ben's room. With Black Dragon Ben's fiery, rude personality, who knew if he would destroy the entire inn? Claire immediately stood up, opened the door, and hurriedly walked out. Walter experienced schadenfreude as he floated back. Oh yes, Claire, there's going to be a good show. Claire hurriedly dashed to Black Dragon Ben's room. At the doorway, a person dressed like a chamberlain was currently bellowing with a foul mouth, "Get the hell out, I'm talking to you, black-haired lowly scum, get the hell out quickly. Take your money and get lost, don't delay my young master's rest." In the corridor, there were chamberlains at every other door, all kicked doors open and yelling at the people inside the room to get out. Claire and Walter both prepared mentally, waiting for Black Dragon Ben's explosion. But the next moment was as peaceful as ever, Black Dragon Ben's room extremely quiet. Claire froze for a moment, then hurriedly rushed over. Standing at the doorway, she saw Black Dragon Ben obediently sitting on the bed, but his flushed red face showed the anger that he was currently enduring fiercely to suppress. All of you, get the hell out quickly. Go to the entrance, get your money, and then get the hell out. The chamberlain said, all foul-mouthed, going to another room to kick the door open. After Black Dragon Ben saw Claire, he squeezed out a few words coldly. Claire, didn't I do pretty well? I really King admire myself, I actually resisted. Claire felt almost embarrassed. This ill-mannered guy who was uncultured when speaking was actually the dragon race's prince. That's right, he was the prince, the prince. Yes, you did very well. You have taken your first step towards revenge very well. Claire nodded praisingly. Resist everything. I must resist. Black Dragon Ben spit out profoundly, then closed his eyes. With the sound of a crack, Claire's mouth twitched, because Ben's bed's 4 legs were pressed deeply into the floor. It was obvious how sullen Ben was right now. A trifling lowly human actually dared to tell him to get out. If it wasn't for the agreement he had in advance with Claire, he would have long since eaten these people, then destroyed the inn. Very good. Continue. Claire nodded, then turned. Now Feng Yixuan, Jean, etc. also opened their doors, all looking to see what kind of people were hollering about. Only Cliff didn't open his doors. He knew Claire and them would settle the situation. A string of footsteps came from the corridor's staircase, followed by a feminine voice full of dissatisfaction. Such a disgusting place, do I really have to live in such a place? Is it that I can't go to a better place? Young master, this is already the best inn of the city. Please endure a bit, sir. Your servants have already driven away those lowly commoners for you. A voice consoled. Next, appearing in everybody's line of sight was a gorgeously dressed young man, face full of freckles, but also completely smeared with the powder that noblemen used, his face so white, it was like a pig's skin. A group of chamberlains followed him from behind. So stinky. Shui Wanma rubbed his eyes, watching the other side in a bad mood. Feng Yixuan hopped over to Claire's side, laughing. Claire, are you hungry? Let's go on a date. Oh, no, let's have a midnight snack. Feng Yixuan changed his words seeing Claire's cold gaze. Oh? There are actually such good-looking commoners here? When the pig-skin young master saw Claire, his eyes brightened. Such a little beauty, her age is also young, playing with this kind of figure was the best. Go ask who brought them, set a price for this young master. Just in time for me to enjoy tonight. The pig-skin young master looked at Claire pervertedly, saying to the nearby chamberlains, who would have thought this poor place actually had such goods. Yes, young master. The nearby chamberlain immediately ran over, running to Claire. They looked at Claire, then at the nearby Feng Yixuan. You, ignorant commoner, how much is this little girl worth? Name a price, our young master has taken a liking to her. It is her good fortune to serve and attend to the young master's needs. Perhaps the young master will pamper her for a few days. The chamberlain said to Feng Yixuan rudely, watching him arrogantly, not knowing that the god of death was about to descend. Before Claire could even speak, Feng Yixuan went on a rampage. Die. Feng Yixuan's gaze was suddenly cruel, without any warmth. With a roar, without giving the other side any chance of reacting, an icicle attacked fiercely. The sharp icicle ran through the chamberlain's body. The chamberlain fell over. Blood was everywhere. The blood spewed everywhere. A terrifying bloodstain appeared on the floor underneath the chamberlain's body as blood flowed. Currently, Feng Yixuan was like a demon from hell, emitting a terrifying aura. For a split second, everyone in the corridor suddenly had an illusion that hell had come, and the youth emitting the frightening aura from his entire body was the legendary, evil, terrifying Devil King. Instantly, the corridor was deathly silent. And so, Feng Yixuan had taken the chamberlain's life without any warning. The cold light shooting from his eyes made everybody in the corridor freeze. Holy, say it then do it, wow, not even saying anything first. Shui Wanma said. Jean's expression actually changed a little. That youth had instantly turned so frightening, so tyrannical, only because the chamberlain had said such words. Towards Claire Jean grasped his sword hilt tightly. Everybody only focused on the chamberlain being killed by such magnificent magic, and nobody noticed the corpse that had fallen onto the ground, the heart already shattered by Do Qi. Jean and Feng Yixuan had made their moves at the same time. Magician. It's a magician. Someone's been killed. Somebody come, someone's been killed. In a moment, the whole corridor became an uproar. Terrifying shouts resonated throughout the entire inn. The pigskin young master's legs somewhat trembled. Although he had ordered many people to be killed, it was the first time he had seen such a mad killing, first time he had seen such a terrifying person, killing without any warning. The blood on the floor was still flowing continuously, slowly flowing towards the stairs. What are you shouting about? Don't we also have magicians? Go! Get rid of him! After all, the pigskin young master had already done many evil deeds and also met many resistors. He adapted quickly, facing the people behind him and angrily shouting, "Go, kill him! Don't harm the girl! She'll compensate for tonight!" Ignorant fool! Walter rolled his eyes. Yixuan didn't utter a sound, pulling out a dagger from his boots, not using magic anymore. Instead, he nimbly passed through the people rushing at him, flourishing his dagger lightly. Cold light flashed. With every flourish, a person's throat would be lightly sliced open. Then, blood spewed like fountains in the corridor, rising and falling in succession. It was basically the dance of a god of death. Gorgeous, yet bringing the dense and dreadful aura of death. Yixuan's eyes flashed red, exceptionally frightening. Go and block him, block him. The pigskin young master finally started to feel fear, finally realizing he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. The two magicians behind the pigskin young master immediately emitted magnificent magic. With a slight wave of his hand, Yixuan set up a magic shield, easily blocking the other side's attack. Shui Wanmo leaned on the wall, yawning as he watched Yixuan's one-man show, but on the inside, he felt apprehensive. Before, when people had insulted and humiliated his family, Yixuan hadn't been this moved. Today, it was like he had eaten some kind of expired aphrodisiac, he was working so hard. Claire being insulted made him this angry? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, Claire's shamelessness leading astray. Claire, why's he so angry? Black Dragon Ben was confused, standing at Claire's side, asking because he didn't understand at all. Claire was silent. Jean's expression changed, a profound look arising in his eyes. Why was he so angry? He was so angry for Claire, because he clearly showed that he liked Claire. This wasn't strange. But why? Jean's hand quietly covered his chest. Why was it that just then, when he heard that Chamberlain say those words, an inexplicable anger surged here, and became larger and larger? Why? Why was it that the moment he heard those words, killing intent immediately arose in his heart? Jean tightened his grip on his sword. Claire watched Yixuan take their lives like a god of death, and for a moment, her heart became completely blank. What was this feeling? Landy! Go up! If I die, you won't get a single penny. My grandfather will even blame you. The pigskin young master retreated like his life depended on it, then suddenly shouted towards the lower floor. The next instant, an intense stream of water winded around the pigskin young master and rushed up, then turned into a dense forest of water arrows, filling the corridor and attacking within it. Claire frowned, using all her strength to construct a magic shield, because the magic undulation the other side had was unordinarily intense. Their strength was definitely not weak. Mournful cries rose and fell in succession in the corridor, because the water arrows were actually attacking indiscriminately. Besides going past the pigskin young master and not attacking him, everybody in the corridor became targets for the attack. In the blink of an eye, after the mournful cries disappeared in the corridor, blood flowed like a river. The entire corridor had been dyed red. The pigskin young master's chamberlains had all died. And the other guests of the inn who had come out of their rooms all died by being run through by water arrows. Every corpse was riddled with holes. Such a malicious method. Not even letting their own men go. Yixuan went back to Claire's side, coldly watching the entrance of the corridor stairs. Oh man, so many people died. Black Dragon Ben said nonchalantly while shaking his head, making his way to Claire's side while watching the corpses that covered the entire floor. Then he looked at Claire expectantly, saying, "Can I make my move now? Can I eat that magician?" Black Dragon Ben was pointing at the magician who had slowly made his way up the stairs. "He's mine," Yixuan said coldly. "I'm very poor, I don't have any money. That's why I'll kill you guys." "I'll have money then." The magician who had made his way up the stairs said such words slowly and woodenly, without any tone or any warmth. "That's why, you should all die today. For my money." "Careful," Claire said softly, frowning. This magician was definitely someone unordinary. Claire started to become a little worried, because just then, not only did she use all her strength to construct the magic shield, she had to secretly use Lotus power to block this magician's water arrow attack. Black Dragon Ben twitched his mouth helplessly. So annoying, without Claire's consent, he couldn't do anything. Annoying, annoying, annoying. In any case, looks like nothing tonight was related to him, might as well go back to his room and sleep. Just when Black Dragon Ben was about to turn and leave, Claire suddenly said, "Ben," quietly, stopping him. "What?" Black Dragon Ben yawned, completely bored. "Now I'll teach you your first lesson. You don't need to fight fairly. One against many is the so-called group fight. It's fine to fight with all you've got," Claire said sinisterly. "Also, just then I told you to resist. You don't need to resist now. When you need to, you can go back on your word. That's the second lesson I'm teaching you today. You're really profiting tonight." Jean's face froze, the little thief's mouth twitched, Shui Wanma opened his mouth wide, Yixuan had an expression of being overwhelmed. Walter just fainted. The next moment, the group fight started. Part 2, The Crisis Strikes. Black Dragon Ben gave a strange cry, spitting out a fierce fireball. Instantly, the water and blood flowing in the corridor were evaporated. The other magician calmly and unhurriedly set up a water shield, but was pushed back by Black Dragon Ben's strange strength, but the water shield didn't break. *CK your great-grandfather. Black Dragon Ben cursed without care for his status. He had only used a third of his strength, but never thought that the other side would be able to resist this attack of his. Once again, the magician made his way up, but greeting him was an even more fierce, even more shameless attack. Jin and Shui Wanma already ran up to give a barrage of attacks. Yixuan was even more shameless, continuously releasing majestic magic. Claire yawned, leaning on the wall and spectating. Then Dragon Ben looked up and down, like he was seeing if there was enough room. "Stop looking, you're not allowed to transform." Claire knew what plan Black Dragon Ben was making. This despicable, uncultured Black Dragon wanted to transform and wreck the place. Black Dragon Ben scratched his head, very depressed. "Quickly go and dispose of him, then run," Claire directed Black Dragon Ben. "What do you mean by run?" Black Dragon Ben asked while frowning, not understanding. "You're really profiting tonight, I'll teach you your third lesson. When you've done an evil deed, quickly leave scene of the crime far away, the faster the better, the farther the better." Claire taught exceptionally seriously. "You mean in a moment after we get rid of that person, we'll quickly go far away from this place?" Black Dragon Ben immediately understood. "Not bad, let's go." Claire waved her hand, indicating for Black Dragon Ben to join the group battle. Soon, the strong magician was beaten up to the point that he had no strength left to retaliate. He started wailing loudly, "I don't want money anymore, you guys win. No need to say goodbye." After shouting out these shameless words, the strong magician pulled out a scroll, ripped it, and disappeared. Spatial teleportation scroll? Everybody was a little shocked. They never would have thought this kind of person who was hired actually had such a precious magic item. Since the group battle-less opponent was gone, everybody stopped. We're withdrawing from here. The faster, the better, the farther, the better. Black Dragon Ben said seriously to everybody, carrying out Claire's valuable lesson. Let's go. Now Cliff lazily opened his door. Let's go, let's go. Let's escape through the window. Feng Yixuan pointed at a door, indicating for everyone to leave from the window of that room. Everybody left through the window one after another. Feng Yixuan lifted his brow and stealthily went down the stairs like a demon. When he found the pig-skin young master who was quivering in a corner, his dagger lightly slashed. After he finished silencing him, he quickly returned to meet up with Claire and them. I didn't get to have a warm bath, boo-hoo, there wasn't enough time to take a bath. The little thief had a sullen expression as everybody madly rushed in the night, hurrying towards the city gates. I can turn back to my original form and spit out some spit for you to wash. Black Dragon Ben said, deadpan serious. It's also warm. Feng Yixuan added with a vulgar smile. Pa! You uncultured, disgusting black dragon. And you're a prince. Summer couldn't hold back her rage. Strangely, Ben didn't attack back and instead, stopped talking, running with everyone else. Walter sighed bitterly. These people who had stayed with Claire for a while were actually led astray. The group sneakily crossed over the city walls, madly running and disappearing into the night. If their identities were discovered, there would definitely be a dispute between countries. Naturally, in the end, the group slept outdoors. Everybody was tired out by running madly the whole way. They carelessly put up tents, then slept. Just when they had slept for a little, a gale of wind came, blowing their tents so hard the tents swayed. Then, the sound of many roars came from the distance sporadically. How noisy! Who could sleep? I'll go slaughter them. Black Dragon Ben got up angrily, walking towards the depths of the woods. Magic beasts? Naturally, everybody was awakened, all hearing the distant roars. It's a wind-attributed leopard and an earth-attributed snake. Black Dragon Ben scratched his ears, about to go towards the source of the sounds. Claire didn't say a word and only went too, following Black Dragon Ben stealthily. Cliff crawled out his tent, set up a magic barrier, yawned, then crawled back to continue sleeping. Summer also went back and continued sleeping. So sleepy. Claire, Ben went to slaughter the magic beasts, what are you going for? Feng Yixuan yawned, looked at the tents, then looked at Claire's figure, debating whether or not to follow or continue sleeping. Perhaps Claire was going to get beast cores? With Claire's personality, that was something definitely plausible. Sure, go. I'll be sleeping first. Shui Wenma kicked Feng Yixuan's butt, kicking Feng Yixuan out the tent. Feng Yixuan rubbed his eyes that were about to close and followed Claire with Jean. It was only when they reached the place the magic beasts were roaring did they see what was going on clearly. A black wind leopard was currently fighting a gigantic earth snake. The leopard seemed to have used up a lot of strength, while the snake was actually getting more brave as the fight went on. It was constantly touching the ground using its tail and making earth spikes, shooting them at the wind leopard. They're actually both 7th grade beasts and also mature. Feng Yixuan said with surprise, looking at the wind leopard and big snake. This place actually had such high-level beasts, something really incomprehensible. So annoying. Are they going to let me sleep or not? Black Dragon Ben grumbled with a low voice, hearing the roars of the two magic beasts. Just when he was about to use dragon pressure to intimidate the two magic beasts and then slaughter them, Claire said, "Wait." What? Black Dragon Ben asked, not understanding. Just shield me, I'll get rid of that snake. The wind leopard will be mine. A sliver of a smile appeared from the corner of Claire's mouth. What are you going to do with that little cat? Ben asked suspiciously. You'll understand tomorrow. Claire didn't explain and instead ran up, attacking the big snake while maintaining a distance. The next moment would be accurately called inhuman oppression. The giant snake had been broken into segments, magic core extracted, dead with a dismembered corpse. The wind leopard froze. When it came back to its senses, the first thing it did was run, wanting to run far away from the dangerous being. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Capture him. Claire ordered Ben. Ben squinted his eyes, nonchalantly releasing a tiny bit of dragon's might. Instantly, the surrounding quieted down, the small bugs that made chirps and clicks during the night completely deathly silent. The wind leopard lied on his stomach, his two front paws covering his head, his body trembling slightly. From now on, you are my magic beast. If you don't listen, I'll let them cut you up and turn you into stew. Understood? Claire walked forward, crouched down, and said these words to the wind leopard slowly. The 7th grade beast wind leopard's intelligence was already very high, it completely understood Claire's words. The wind leopard reached out its head hesitantly, looking at the dismembered corpse of the big snake, then looking at the evil-looking black dragon Ben, then cautiously nodded its head. It knew very clearly that the black-clothed black-haired person wasn't human, a being far above him. Also, the big snake that had put it had a disadvantage was already split into many pieces quietly lying on the ground. Claire, what do you want to do with this magic beast? It can't be that you want to contract it as your magic beast. Yixuan was completely confused. Although it was a mature magic beast, it was only a wind leopard. A mount. Claire squinted, looking and touching the wind leopard's soft fur. Sitting on this was basically, extremely comfortable. There were many paths that horses could not take that the wind leopard was most suitable for. Oh. Yixuan suddenly realized. Just when everybody was planning on going back to their tests, a strange, intense cyclonic gale blew, blowing so hard everyone had a hard time opening their eyes and the surrounding trees were blown crooked. Next, a formidable pressure descended and the wind leopard started trembling in fear. It lied down, hugging its head with its front paws, whimpering. It was even more scared of this than the pressure black dragon Ben had just given it. A terrifying being was approaching. Although this pressure was very terrifying and made one's heart shudder, compared to the god of darkness's pressure that Claire and Yixuan had experienced, it was nothing. Ben's face was full of hatred as he looked towards the night sky, his expression exceptionally grave. Ben, who is it? Do you recognize them? Claire looked up towards the night sky. When she saw the being approaching them, Claire's expression changed slowly. A giant golden dragon. It was actually a golden dragon, the sign of the dragon race's king. When the shackles were undone, I had thought you had escaped by yourself. Who would have thought you were helped by lowly humans, you nitwit? You've trampled the honor of dragons to the ground. Royal Father has already left, so you won't be as lucky as before. You should peacefully die. The golden dragon's voice rumbled, madly and maliciously laughing. Ben's expression turned extremely ugly. Claire's expression also changed. This golden dragon was the Dragon King. Nobody here was his match, not even Cliff or Black Dragon Ben. Having these lowly ants die with you is befitting of your lowly status, ha. The golden dragon laughed heartily. Yixuan slowly clenched his fist. All the people here added up weren't the golden dragon's match. Was it time to undo the seal? The golden dragon started flapping his incomparably giant golden wings and flew, looking down disdainfully at Black Dragon Ben. You lowly scum, Royal Father would protect you at times like this, let's see who will protect you now. Claire watched the crazed golden dragon in midair solemnly, her heart somewhat sinking. Dragon, this kind of being, was a being from legends. An average dragon could easily wipe out an entire city. The dragon in front of her was definitely not average. He was the Dragon King, a golden dragon. His strength didn't need to be mentioned. She knew enough from seeing Ben's expression. The only royal successor is me. What qualifications do you, lowly scum, have to fight with me? I'll annihilate you today. The golden dragon roared, spitting out dragon aura. The dragon aura filled with destructive power attacked. Sand and stones flew, trees were uprooted. Black Dragon Ben gave an angry roar, instantly returning to his original form, forcefully blocking the dragon aura. The two giant dragons started wrestling in midair. The two harbored some kind of unknown enmity, not even using magic, directly fighting with their flesh. Their roars echoed into the horizon, but soon, Ben was put into a state of disadvantage. Claire. Should we seize this opportunity to escape? Walter asked, trembling. This guy would always be interested in only saving his neck. Claire didn't speak. There was no way to escape. Black Dragon Ben wasn't the match of the dragon who inherited golden power. Where could they run to? Even if she used the spatial teleportation scroll the Emery gave her now, only she would be able to escape. She couldn't leave the others behind. Cliff had sensed something was wrong, hurrying over with Summer and Shui Wanma. Idiots, what did you come here for? Go away quickly. Ben roared, seeing from midair the people who had hurried over. Ha, scum, you actually want to protect these lowly ants? Is it perhaps because you are all the same, lowly, that you would do such stupid acts? The golden dragon sneered loudly, then spit out a fireball to attack Ben. Ben immediately spit out a water ball, but when the water ball hit the golden dragon's fireball, it instantly evaporated. Next, the fire smashed hard into Ben's body with a loud hiss. Scum! The golden dragon seemed to harbor great hatred for Ben, not killing him, but slapping Ben down with his claw, then hatefully stepping on Ben viciously. Scum, you actually care about these ants? The golden dragon stared at Claire's group with his big eyes, then started laughing heartily. Then I'll kill them all one by one, let you enjoy this kind of feeling. Stop, this is our internal grudge, don't involve those humans. Ben struggled, trying to get up from underneath the golden dragon's foot. What a joke! The golden dragon stepped Ben violently, glowering, a sinister smile appearing at his lips. First, I'll crush these lowly ants into dust, then send you to hell. Claire, you guys should go quickly. I'll block him. Cliff pulled out his wand, his expression grave. From the depths of his eyes was a calmness in the face of death. Master, if we go together, we die together. No need to speak. Claire said resolutely. Abandoning Master and escaping alone was definitely impossible. This adorable old man had already paid so much for her, she definitely couldn't let him also pay with his life. You're still young, Master is old. Cliff berated worriedly. Go quickly, Master can still block him for a while. Haha, idiots. Even these trash want to block me? The golden dragon laughed sinisterly. His tail suddenly swung over, sweeping towards everybody. Cliff's expression changed. He immediately set up a magic shield, blocking the golden dragon's attack. The golden dragon's tail stopped. His complexion darkened, as if being blocked by Cliff was extremely losing face. With an angry whistle, a giant fireball spout over. Claire had already knew the golden dragon's fireball's might. They were unable to beat the fireball, something that had even wounded Black Dragon Ben. Yixuan immediately kneeled down on one knee, hands on the ground, and concentrated. A thick ice wall quickly rose from the ground. Cliff's eyes revealed surprise. This youth actually had such skill and such high adaptability. And it was instantaneous, without any incantation. Was this his actual strength? There was a disdainful look in the golden dragon's eyes. He wanted to block his fireball with this kind of ice wall? What a joke! But the next moment, the golden dragon wasn't able to keep on mocking. The fireball was blocked by the ice wall. The ice wall was melted slowly by the fireball. Although the ice wall had melted, quite a bit of the fireball had disappeared, and the remaining flame was easily blocked by Cliff. Damnable ants! All of you, die. Evidently, blocking the gold dragon's fireball made him feel very humiliated. They had neutralized his attack twice in a row. His pride wouldn't allow what he thought of as lowly ants to trample him. The giant dragon roared madly, his dragon pressure continuously expanding. Everybody felt the dragon pressure continuously swell madly, their expressions becoming more and more heavy. Feng Yixuan gritted his teeth and clapped his hands together, joining them at his chest. You're mad. The nearby Shui Wanma grabbing Feng Yixuan's hand, stopping what he was doing. He shouted angrily, you actually wanted to do that, do you want your life? Currently, your body cannot withstand such power. If I don't do this, we'll all die. Feng Yixuan tried to pull his hand back, but Shui Wanma didn't let it go, grabbing it tightly. Don't use it until the very last moment. Use it after I die. Shui Wenmo let go of Feng Yixuan's hand and pulled out his sword. With a roar, his whole body burst forth with dazzling purple do qi. TL, here's where they can help. Alertly, Jean slowly pulled out his sword. Looking at Claire, he said quietly, Miss, go first. It is my responsibility to protect you. Bring them away first. You can't stop him. Cliff said succinctly, frowning. Jean didn't answer, glanced at Claire profoundly, then turned and coldly eyed the golden dragon, saying icily, Feng Yixuan, please safely bring Claire away. Under everybody's astonished gazes, with a low grunt, Jean's entire body emitted silver do qi. That's right, they hadn't seen wrong, it was actually silver do qi. Only Swordsage said silver do qi. Jean was actually already Swordsage rank. He had hidden his strength the whole time, making everybody think he was only a grand warrior. Nobody had thought that he was only one step away from the pinnacle, godly Swordsage. And now, he wanted to sacrifice his life for time. To be accurate, it was to buy time for Claire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Claire's Outbreak. Go! Jean turned to Feng Yixuan and shouted, then tapped the ground with his toe, shooting towards the golden dragon like an arrow. Claire, go soon. If we don't go, everybody will die here. Walter urged impatiently. Go! If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Shui Wanma shouted, urging everyone. Feng Yixuan frowned, staring at Jean, who was fighting against the golden dragon, his eyes overflowing with unwillingness and humiliation. This man dashed up for the sake of stalling time for Claire. Swordsage. With such a young age, he had attained this kind of level, but was going to fall here. Only for Claire, only for his master? He could step forward bravely for Claire, he had the strength to obstruct for a moment. Why couldn't he? Hate. Utter hate. Why was he so weak, not even able to withstand the power of undoing the seal? Shui Wanma, bring Feng Yixuan away. Claire watched Jean fight the golden dragon, then suddenly said these words to Shui Wanma coldly. Before Feng Yixuan came to his senses, a sharp pain came from the nape of his neck, and then he blacked out, weakly falling over. Shui Wanma didn't say another word, lifted up Feng Yixuan, then pulled Summer, who had been stunned and still hadn't come to her senses, then madly dashed away. Claire, let's go too. Cliff hurriedly urged Claire. This wasn't the time to hesitate. Even though Jean is a Swordsage, he's still not able to defeat the golden dragon and could only try his hardest to stall for time. Claire watched the crazed golden dragon. Although he was fighting Jean, he hadn't shifted from his position once, his feet still stepping on Ben. Master, did you know? In the beginning, I had ill will towards Jean, unable to accept him, because he wasn't loyal. But now, Claire smiled softly, her eyes tranquil and calm. Master, forgive me. Go first. I cannot throw Jean away. Cliff's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he chanted a small spell. Claire's body became rigid, unable to move. Cliff lifted the unable to move Claire with magic and started floating, rapidly escaping. Master! Claire called out in alarm. Cliff was actually taking her away forcefully and throwing Jean away? Claire, you can't die here, and you're not supposed to die here. Currently Cliff's voice was ice-cold, indescribably callous. Claire stared wide-eyed at Jean as he slowly went off into the distance. Roar! Suddenly, the golden dragon was in pain, painfully snarling. It turns out, Jean had wounded his tail. The tail had a harsh wound currently bleeding bright red blood. Damnable ant, be destroyed with this land. The golden dragon angrily snarled. Next, the golden dragon only fought with his claws, chanting a long spell unsteadily. No good. Cliff's expression changed greatly. The spell's dense berserk, destructive aura and incomparably large magic undulation showed that the crazy golden dragon wanted to destroy the land. Not only the remote city, even more distant lands would be destroyed. Stop. What are you doing? Don't forget the promise the dragon god gave to the goddess of light. Dragons cannot rashly destroy human territory. Ben felt the intense, wrathful aura, understanding what the gold dragon wanted to do, shouting loudly, appalled, hoping that it would stop his crazy actions. If it continued like this, it would bring sky-reaching trouble to the dragon race. Cliff set Claire down, frantically undid Claire's restraints, and urged worriedly, Claire, where is your spatial teleportation scroll? Quickly go! Naturally, Claire had also sensed the blatantly swelling strong magic undulation with destructive aura. As long as the golden dragon finished chanting, this area of land would soon become a wasteland, barren, all living beings instantly destroyed. Jean also felt the danger, sharply attacking with his sword with Dochi at the golden dragon's mouth. The golden dragon smiled disdainfully. With an abrupt wave of his claw, Jean was suddenly struck to the ground. The golden dragon directly pierced down, preparing to skewer Jean's heart. Jean! Jean! Claire's eyes instantly widened. An indescribable power suddenly poured out of her body fiercely. Currently, Claire only had one thought in mind. Jean cannot die. It was as if time stopped, everything still. All living things went silent, everything going still. The golden dragon halted right when he was about to finish chanting, breaking the spell. The enormous power was not released. The golden dragon widened his eyes, staring at his own claw. His claw had stopped right before Jean's chest, unable to go any closer. An enormous power restrained him, making his body unable to move. Time hadn't stopped. Instead, a formidable power restrained all the living things in the surrounding from moving. Cliff froze, because he felt by his side Claire's body pouring out an indescribably formidable power, continuously pouring out. Power, boundless power. It was a scorching power, making one exceptionally constrained, to the point that one would almost forget to think. Claire's gaze misted over. Slowly, she rose in the air. Four-legged reptile, go back to where you came from. A cruel smile appeared on Claire's lips. She raised her hands slowly. Instantly, a heaven-defying golden flame shot out. The beautiful, dazzling golden flame streaked across the night sky, attacking the golden dragon. Only then did the golden dragon come back to his senses. With a cold hump, he disdainfully extended his front claw nonchalantly to block Claire's flame. A mere human's flame, one pinch could extinguish it. Just then was merely some kind of strange fluke, he actually became absent-minded because of that tiny human's indescribable power. But the golden dragon cried out painfully. The golden flame had ran through the golden dragon's claw, creating a hole. Lowly human, what did you do? The golden dragon roared painfully and angrily. The claw wound was actually becoming bigger and bigger. Also, there was a scorching hot pain that became more and more intense. Do you really have grandeur? You're just a four-legged reptile, that's all. Claire floated slowly to the golden dragon, looking at him face to face, a faint, icy cold smile appearing at her lips. If you still don't treat the wound, you'll become a three-legged reptile. The chilling voice was like that of a demon from hell, profound and terrifying, like it could corrode the soul. The golden dragon's expression finally changed, because the pain he felt from his claw was becoming more and more scorching hot, and his wound was slowly expanding. Although he couldn't believe a lowly human could harm him, his wound was really worsening. Lowly human, I'll remember this debt. Wait for the most cruel revenge. The golden dragon finally believed Claire's treat, speaking hatefully, then flapped his wings, speedily disappearing into the night sky. Claire gazed at the golden dragon as it left, then let out a long sigh. If the golden dragon really wanted to fight to the death, then Claire would definitely be the one defeated. This kind of cowardly dragon who only cared for his neck was actually the dragon race's king, truly inconceivable. Claire, Cliff quietly called Claire, who was floating in mid-air. Claire slowly came back to her senses, then descended down. The next moment, she landed into a warm embrace. Jean had caught Claire in timely fashion. Claire, how are you? Cliff immediately rushed over and asked. Miss, are you all right? Jean's expression was full of concern. What's going on? Why is your flame golden? Why were you able to burn his body? Dragons' bodies are the firmest. Why would he be wounded? Ben turned back into a human and also ran over, asking suspiciously. What was scary about dragons was that not only were they able to do high-level enchantments, their body was exceptionally sturdy. Normal swords were basically unable to create any injuries on them, let alone a golden dragon's body. But Claire's flame had actually burned it, how could they not be surprised? But Claire didn't say anything at this moment. Another burning sensation came from her back. This time, the second petal had bloomed. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, she had comprehended the second level of the treasured lotus style. That was how she was able to beat back the golden dragon. She felt an even more terrifying crisis about to attack. Also, this crisis was very distinctly only for her alone. Tribulation lightning. Damn! Why was it that with only the second level of the treasured lotus style she was going to receive tribulation lightning? Wasn't it only when those BS godly cultivation methods were cultivated to a very high level that there would be tribulations? When people learned godly cultivation methods, they would go against heaven's law and naturally would be receive punishment by heaven, passing tribulation, withstand heavenly lightning. With success, one would gain a godly amount of power. Failure would naturally result in the soul shattering and dispersing. But that was only in the Orient. What did it have to do with this realm? Claire was about to collapse. Wasn't this going against common sense too much? With the second level she was going to undergo heavenly lightning, and it was in this world. Claire struggled free from Jean's embrace and said hurriedly, Master, set up the most sturdy barrier here, best to have many layers. Then immediately leave this place far away, quickly. Ah. Although Cliff was confused, he still listened to Claire's words, immediately setting up his most sturdy magic barrier around Claire. Go! Go far! Quickly! Claire looked up at the sky worriedly. Close, the damn tribulation lightning was about to come. Cliff, Jean, and Ben also faced the sky and were astonished to see the hazy night sky was starting to slowly darken. Big clouds were amassing there. Slowly, the black clouds covered a huge area. Rumbling came from within the clouds, lightning flashing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Was there going to be a downpour of rain? But why was it only that way around them? Other places were still bright like before. Selective rain? There was something as ridiculous as that? First, leave this place quickly. In a while, there will be lightning strikes. This lightning is no small matter, it's not something the human body can resist. Claire said to them solemnly. This lightning is only directed towards me. If you leave, there will be no problem. What? When they heard Claire's words, their expressions changed greatly. There was actually something like that? Miss. You even said that it's something the human body can't resist. How are you going to resist? Jean became worried, wanting to rush to Claire's side. But Cliff had already set up a sturdy barrier and even put up a couple of layers. Naturally, people outside weren't able to reach Claire. I'll immediately undo the barriers. Cliff also became frantic. There's no time, Master. If you undo them right now, I will definitely die. If you don't, I'll still have a sliver of hope for living. Quickly get out of the way. Claire immediately shouted at Cliff to stop. What's going on? Claire, what on earth is going on? Cliff was so frantic, his face was full of sweat, but he didn't understand. I'll tell you after, don't bother me now. Claire immediately sat in the lotus position, clapping her palms lightly before her chest, starting to use the second level of the treasured lotus style. Let's first withdraw. Ben advised Cliff and Jean, seeing the rumbling dark clouds and the lightning and thunder within the layers. The two weren't willing to take even one step away. Black Dragon Ben instantly transformed back, grabbed one of them in each claw, then immediately retreated. The rumbling sound of thunder resonated into the horizon. A lightning writhing about amidst the dark clouds, making one's heart alarmed and one tremble with fear, completely charged with berserk and dreadful power. Just one lightning bolt. Claire clenched her teeth. She should be able to withstand it. A shocking, dreadful, snow-white lightning bolt streaked across the night sky, directly striking at Claire. Claire! Miss! Cliff and Jean both frantically cried out. It wasn't some small lightning from a magician, it was a natural lightning bolt from the sky. Brimming with berserk and unsteady power. The bolt of lightning lit the surroundings white. As he watched the situation, Ben froze. His claws loosened, dropping Jean and Cliff. They saw very clearly that all of Cliff's barriers were struck broken by the lightning bolt, but didn't see it wound Claire. Because they couldn't see Claire. Claire was wrapped up tightly by a gigantic golden lotus. The giant golden lotus shined brightly, dazzling more so within the night, more beautiful than anything that could be imagined. It deeply shocked their souls, making one unable to move their gaze away. The lightning bolt broke Cliff's barriers and attacked the golden petals, but was like a stone that had been thrown into the sea and sunk to the bottom, without any reaction. The next moment, the dark clouds dissipated. The night sky was once again glittering with stars, as if the dark clouds and lightning just then was their hallucination. The two humans and dragon just blankly stared at Claire, deeply engrossed by the golden lotus wrapped around Claire. Slowly, the golden lotus gradually opened its petals, showing Claire, who was sitting inside. Everybody would remember this sight for a long time. The current Claire was so at peace and beautiful, attracting one's soul. Claire gradually opened her eyes and slowly got up. Looking down and seeing the giant lotus beneath her feet, she inwardly cursed at the creator of the treasured lotus-style cultivation method. How sneaky! The golden lotus seemed to be specialized for the tribulation lightning. In other words, every time she comprehended, there would be tribulation lightning and the golden lotus would protect? Claire! Cliff and Jean hurriedly rushed over, both looking very worried. Just at this moment, the golden lotus suddenly shined millions of rays of light, completely submerging Claire. Slowly, the light dimmed down. Everybody was in shock as they watched Claire close her eyes, hair blowing, her sleeves also flying fast. Her refined look stunned one's heart. An indescribable feeling of freedom emitted out of every fiber of her being. It was as if something from deep within her body was slowly sprouting, then blossoming. Then the bright golden lotus slowly disappeared. The surroundings darkened. Claire. Everyone hurried over. Claire sighed quietly. How was she going to explain to them? Claire, you advanced? Cliff watched Claire and suddenly shouted, pleasantly surprised. You're actually now at the level of a wizard. Before, you were only a grand magician. What? Wizard? The capital's Temple of Light. In front of the inscription of the Goddess of Light, there was the green-haired woman, the Temple of Light's best prophet. She was currently kneeling, eyes closed, in front of the divine inscription. A moment later, she slowly got up and opened her strange pair of eyes. The goddess had just given out orders. The person the goddess wanted to find was in Uwusili. They needed to immediately send people there to find them. Advanced? She advanced just like that? Claire looked at her hands suspiciously, feeling something was different from before. There was some kind of power filling her body. But, she had so suddenly just like that? Did it have to do with the treasured lotus style? Claire, what was that flower just now? Why would lightning strike? Ben continued to ask, suspicious. That, Claire was thinking of how to reply. Claire. An impatient shout came from the distance. It was Feng Yixuan's voice. Everyone turned to see Feng Yixuan madly dash over. Everything you saw just then was what I learned from the book from summer. Claire replied briefly, not planning on hiding anything. Learned it from that book? Jean was suspicious. The words on the book didn't seem to be from this continent. Why was Claire able to understand them? Ben's expression was even more confused. Cliff, on the other hand, was thinking. Claire, are you all right? Feng Yixuan rushed over, grabbing Claire's hand. He inspected her up and down. Seeing Claire was not the slightest bit wounded, he calmed down. What about that dragon? Why was there lightning just then? Feng Yixuan frowned, sizing up the surroundings. The surroundings were a mess, many large crevices in the ground, and also many fractured trees and shattered stone. It ran away. Claire pulled away her hand and said insipidly.